Yes, Mr. Lancaster.
Thank you, Commissioner. I call Laureate Professor Dr. Marcia Langton.
Yes. Will you take an oath or make an affirmation?
I'll make an affirmation.
Yes, very well.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do.
Professor, what is your full name, please?
Marcia Lynn Langton.
Your address is known to the Royal Commission. You've prepared a written witness statement dated 18 August. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. I submitted it on the 18th.
Yeah. Are the contents of that statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
To the best of my knowledge and belief, yes.
Thank you. Commissioner, I tender the Professor's statement. It has the ID STAT.89.0033.0008 and its annexures.
Yes, the statement together with its annexures will be received as an exhibit.
Professor Langton, you are a Yiman and Bidjara woman and you grew up in those areas of Queensland?
Not exactly. In southwest Queensland in my childhood and then in Brisbane in high school.
Thank you. You've been active in academic and public life for over 50 years. I'll just ask you about some of your experience. You've been a prominent advocate for the rights of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders over a long and distinguished career. Since 2000, you've held the Foundation Chair of Australian Indigenous Studies at the University of Melbourne.
Correct.
You're also Associate Provost and Foundation Chair of Australian Indigenous Studies and the Director of Indigenous Studies Unit of the ONEMDA Centre at the Melbourne School of Population and Global Health.
Correct.
You're awarded a bachelor's degree from ANU and then a PhD from Macquarie University, qualifying as an anthropologist and geographer.
Correct.
And your research and publications traverse those and many other topics, including Indigenous education and knowledge preservation, racism, political and legal anthropology, land tenure and environmental management, and many other aspects of Indigenous culture.
Yes, that's correct. That's right.
You've provided policy advice to numerous government, industry and non-government agencies on various topics,
Yes.
Including constitutional recognition of First Nations Australians.
That's right.
In 1993, you were awarded a Member of the Order of Australia, and in 2020, you're inducted as an Officer of the Order of Australia for
Yes.
distinguished service to tertiary education and as an advocate for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people.
Yes.
Yeah. You're a Fellow of the Australian Academy of Social Sciences, and I'll come back to that a little later because you speak to the submission of that academy to the Royal Commission.
Yes.
And in 2025, you were named a Melbourne Laureate Professor.
That's right.
Now, a little later this morning, I'll ask you about your work advancing measures for social cohesion, but may I begin by asking you about some of your own experiences of racism over your life and during your career. Your statement indicates that you have personally experienced racism all throughout your life, and you grew up in Queensland at a time when racism and segregation was rampant.
Yes, segregation was normal then. It wasn't always obvious, but for example, I can remember I must have been about 6 or 7 in a town called Bollen, going to the one shop in town, and I realised that the norm was that all of us Aboriginal kids had to wait until all the white people were served, and if white people kept coming into the shop, we just had to wait. So, and then again, I saw that when my own daughter was little, and we went into a shop in Cape York, and we were with a lot of children, and Aboriginal children, and she's very fair-skinned, and all the other kids were very dark-skinned. And she went straight up to the counter and the shopkeeper spoke very nicely to her. And then I noticed all the other kids were hanging back and, again, had to wait until white people were served. And then when we got in the vehicle, Ruby said, he thought I was a white person, didn't he? And all the kids laughed. And their grandfather said, from the mouths of babes. So, it's just part of the culture in Queensland, still to this day.
You mention in your statement you expelled one of the high schools you attended despite being a prefect and a very high-performing student. Can you explain what happened on that occasion?
Well, the English teacher, Mrs. McKenna, recited a racist McGonagall-style poem in class, and I stood up and said, Mrs. McKenna, that's a very racist poem. And she went straight to the principal, and I was expelled.
You have indicated in your statement that you don't know a single First Nations person whose life hasn't been impacted by racism and discrimination in profound ways. Discrimination persisted throughout your academic and public and career in public life, is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Yep. Yeah.
One matter you note is your involvement in the Royal Commission into Aboriginal deaths in custody. Are you able to speak to your experience in that commission?
Yes, so I was the director of the Indigenous Studies Unit, the Underlying Issues Unit in the Northern Territory. And I think there was another office with the same name, possibly in Victoria. And I was tasked with investigating the circumstances of the deaths and to identify the underlying issues. And so I did that with a team, and most of whom were part-time or casual, because I needed people who could go to particular communities. So from memory, there were 12 cases. They were all in towns on the Stuart Highway, but they came from other communities, the remote communities. And, obviously the first finding was in relation to alcohol, because they'd come into the towns to access alcohol because the Aboriginal areas are dry and remain so, with some exceptions. And but of course, there was the commonalities in the cases was that they were underemployed, undereducated, and in most of the cases, there was I know I probably didn't make this clear in the report, but it's pretty clear in the national reports, and I helped write one of that work as well. That there was a level of medical racism. So in the case in Catherine, as most people say, the victim was taken to the hospital by the police, and then the sister the nursing sister, as they were called back then, would not treat him, and he was carted out to the nature strip in the middle of the road and dumped in the middle of the road, and the police called to take him away. And of course, by morning he was dead in his cell. So, and I've written about this, not academically, but in most of the cases, you'll find that there's some incident of medical racism, like in the case of Ms. Du in Western Australia. Not treated, thrown out of the hospital, and she died from septicemia.
And you have since that time continued advocacy for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander rights, including in particular overrepresentation in in prison systems
That's right,
throughout Australia.
yes.
And that too has come at a personal price for you, has it?
Yes, indeed.
Could you speak to some of that if you're comfortable doing so?
Well, the police in the Northern Territory were not happy about my work and arrested me, and I believe it was them who kicked my hotel door in Darwin. I can't prove it, but in the middle of the night my hotel door, I was on Royal Commission business, was kicked in. I called the hotel manager and it was quite, we kicked open with some force. The door was broken, it was off its hinges. So it sounded like an explosion. And the manager was stumped and obviously frightened. So the matter didn't go any further.
Your work has also included involvement in the national inquiry into the separation of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children from their families.
Yes, that's right.
And that practice you've noted in the statement includes recent removal of Indigenous children from other family members.
It's the removal of Aboriginal children from their families is occurring at much higher rates than ever before in our history. And it's, I put it down to an incompetent system and racism.
You have taken those and many other aspects of your experience into account in the work you've done to advocate for education as a tool for promoting reconciliation. Is that right?
Yes.
Could you speak to that process?
My education activities?
Yes.
Okay. Well, you know, I was trained as an anthropologist and geographer, so I do my absolute best to steer through my curriculum and teaching to steer students away from romantic, noble, savage ideas of Aboriginal people, and you know that those tropes are actually very much a part of the body of racist beliefs and racist practices in Australia today. So, you know, for instance, there's a trope about the black-skinned Aboriginal man who's the perfect specimen of the imagined noble savage. That's very much in the minds of people who say things to people like me, you're not a real Aborigine. And that is the most common racist statement directed at Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. So the trope, barely existed ever, because, with hundreds of different Aboriginal groups, different gene pools, Aboriginal people come in all colours. I mean, it's in the historical records that the Bidjara people in Western Queensland were copper-coloured. That's in the records. And the Arnhem-landers, especially northeast Arnhem-land, very, very black-skinned. And you don't find that everywhere else in the country. That's, doesn't occur. And so this trope of the pitch black Aboriginal man that, you see in historical images, that informs a certain racist view, and it gets mixed up with all sorts of other racist ideas. So in my teaching, I try to very much to explain the great diversity of Aboriginal cultures, languages, history. Most people come to my classes and I find that they know almost nothing about Australian history. They have some, vague myths that they've been taught in school, but honestly, they know almost nothing about Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. So it's very difficult teaching undergraduates. I did that for many years, to first of all get them to read, then discuss the work with them, because it challenges what they've learnt in school to the extent that they're very resistant to learning. So when I was teaching in the early 2000s at the University of Melbourne, my students did not believe that, well, some of my students did not believe that Aboriginal people still speak their own languages, or Torres Strait Islanders for that matter. So I developed a course called Garma Fieldwork, and for 7 years I took students to Arnhem Land, to the Garma Festival for a week, and then a full semester of studies. And when they heard Yolngu people speaking Yolngu Matha at Garma, they were shocked. And so it was actually a very good cultural immersion experience for breaking down a lot of their stereotypes. It saved me a lot of work, but it became too difficult in the end to keep doing it, because I would say to them, please don't go swimming, there are crocodiles in the water, and they'd go swimming. So yeah, but that was very successful. But in the course of tackling this problem of how to teach Indigenous studies that so much challenged embedded myths, lies and racism, it required me to invent new ways of developing curriculum, and so in the end I tried many different ways to do this, including the Yucard Accelerated Learning Program, but that's not in my witness statement. But there were quite a few attempts to tackle education. In the end, I developed the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Curricula Project, and I guess we're going to come to that, but yes. That's where I landed on one way to do it that I think works.
And can we come immediately to that? So in 2017, you established the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Curricula Project, is that right?
Yes.
And how was that implemented? What was your thinking behind that?
Well, I discussed it with quite a few people. But I'll just step back for a minute and just say this. The then Minister for Indigenous Affairs, or at some point he'd been the Minister for Indigenous Affairs, he first raised the potential for having every primary school child finish school speaking, able to say 50 Aboriginal words from an Aboriginal language. And he wanted me to do it. Well, it's not my expertise. The program was established by Professor Rachel Nordlinger at the University of Melbourne. It's still going, and they've just reached 100 languages. So it's an online facility for listening to each Aboriginal language. There are 50 words and there's audio of each word. So you can do that. If you're a teacher, you can use that resource. Anybody can do that. But because it was not my expertise, I was offered funding for what I wanted to do, which was to develop curriculum for the classroom. The Australian curriculum framework, has established learning areas and such, general expectations, but in addition to the learning areas, there were 3 cross-cutting priorities at that time, and one of them was Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander histories and cultures. The problem is that unlike the other 2 cross-curriculum priorities, such as Australia and Asia or whatever it's called, teachers were not required to systematically implement the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander curriculum. And so when I examined it, first of all, there was no set curriculum. There were lots of resources online, but they could be developed by anybody. They could be developed by a television personality or, an amateur historian, and then sold in the market. Schools buy it, put it in their libraries. It was listed on Scoodle, which is the online library for teachers to find curriculum materials. No quality assessment. So I tried to look at some of them, do a kind of an audit, and I was very disappointed in what I found overall. And also, teachers themselves didn't know what curriculum resources to access and teach in the classroom. They didn't know if it was right. They wanted an Aboriginal opinion or a Torres Strait Islander opinion on the curriculum. They had no way to get that. So I brought together a group of experts, curriculum writers, and worked with the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, who funded the project, and others to develop curriculum. Now, having thought for many years about how to teach anti-racism, which you can't do directly because people are utterly resistant to it, even children. Nobody learns. So I tackled it from another angle, and that is I went to the concept of Indigenous knowledge, which is a very fundamental concept. Once you say to a student there are Indigenous knowledge systems, you immediately run up against the racist idea that all Indigenous cultures are tabula rasa. That is, the colonisers arrived and, they had to teach people the Bible because they didn't have any knowledge systems, they didn't have any worthwhile religions. So once you put to a student that there are Indigenous knowledge systems and what they consist of and, how they're used in everyday life, it opens up a whole world for them, and they begin to understand that the system of knowledge that they're taught in school is not the only system of knowledge. And that you can understand the world from different points of view by understanding how other cultures go about living in the world. Or people in other cultures go about living in the world. So using the Indigenous knowledge concept, I took three aspects of how it's implemented in, how people implement ideas in real life. One is fire, water and sky. So, we know that there's a continent-wide land management system using fire, as Bill Gammage put it, the historian Bill Gammage put it, and there's an enormous body of literature, videos, documentaries, a very teachable subject. So, and also recommended by the Royal Commission into Natural Disasters following the Black Summer of 2018-19. The Royal Commission recommended that scientists collaborate with traditional knowledge holders of fire management and learn more about it. And that has been happening for a long time to some extent. So that literature is very important for understanding how Aboriginal people manage the landscapes and ecologies for tens of thousands of years. So, you can build in so many learning areas into that. And it's the same with water and Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander astronomy. Enormous amount of literature and we know so much. So that's where it began. And we developed 45 curriculum resources, made them freely available online. And just for example, on Aboriginal astronomy, we submitted our material to the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, and they'd always send it back and cross out astronomy and put astrology. And I had to go to the head of the unit to put a stop to it. So, and it happened over and over again at conferences. Very difficult for people to believe that there are actual astronomical bodies of knowledge in the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander world. Well, so much has been published now, it's difficult to get away with that basic racist view of our knowledge systems. Anyway, so there are now 1,000 curriculum resources available to teachers. They're all free. But also, in addition to what we were able to do, there are opportunities for professional training. So when we interviewed teachers about why they were not implementing any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander curriculum, they said they were frightened of being accused of being racist. They did not know how to assess the materials available, and they didn't want to do the wrong thing. And overall, this fear was what was underlying the refusal to implement any curriculum. And I don't believe that we've cracked that problem yet, but following that project, the project was that then became the Nganga project. So in about 2020, Professor Melita Hogarth came to the University of Melbourne, and I'm not sure of the date, but in any case, because she is an expert educationalist and in the Faculty of Education, I asked her to take over the project because I believe that, knowing what we knew at that time, that these issues could then, from there on, only be solved by expert educationalists who would be trusted by departments of education, school principals and teachers with the idea of this body of curriculum resources and an approach to implementing it in the classroom. So we had proposed in the first phase that the curriculum materials be tested in the classroom, in actual schools, and some of that had started because teachers volunteered to do it. They wanted to do it without even knowing that we wanted to test it. So Professor Hogarth has formalised that research in quite a number of schools. I'm not sure how many. I'm not up to date with where Nganga is because I haven't been able to pay attention to it for the last 6 months. But there are schools involved. The teachers have the researchers in the classroom, and we now can see how the curriculum resources are being implemented, and we're finding out more about what the issues are in the classroom.
Professor Langton, can I just interrupt for a minute to ask this? You indicated that from even before Nagara, you had a strong view that there was no point directly teaching students to be anti-racist, that you had to approach it by encouraging their interest in Aboriginal knowledge. But has the program, in the way it's developed, does it place any emphasis in incorporating in the curriculum Aboriginal knowledge, but some emphasis on why racism exists and how to combat it?
I don't think so yet. I mean, there's potential for that. And it's a good question. At what point in a child's education career do you introduce the idea of race and explain that, modern science tells us that there's no such thing as race. There's no biological evidence for the concept of race. It's quite a big concept to teach a child because they have to then understand genomics, race science, the history of race science. So I'm still thinking about it, but I think it's at a high school level. perhaps at level 9 or 10, where you start teaching that.
I suppose I was thinking not so much in terms of race theory, about which I'm sure there are volumes
Yes.
to learn, but just about the idea of discrimination. Discrimination against Aboriginal Australians.
Well, that comes up now in some of the material being developed. So, Professor Hogarth teaches a history of Australian education and makes it very clear that for a very long time in Australian education systems, Aboriginal people were excluded. So even in my own life, I remember my mother was not allowed to go to school after grade 4 in Queensland. And that was standard. No Aboriginal person was allowed to continue schooling in her generation after grade 4. And so, the education deficit today can be directly attributed to those policies. In every state and territory, Aboriginal people were excluded from the education system in some way. In Queensland, it was very formal. And the idea that any Aboriginal person in my generation would continue education and even go to university was regarded as ridiculous and almost criminal. So Professor Hogarth has taught, and I've listened to her lectures on this, about that history of discrimination in education. The thing is, how much we have curriculum on the Australian Wars or the frontier violence now. And we've been working with Rachel Perkins and the Culture is Life team to ensure that there's a rigorous curriculum on the Australian wars. So there's an example. But as I say to people, we have to be very careful about when we introduce such traumatising material into the classroom. I remember when my own daughter came home from school, she was in her first year of high school, perhaps grade 7 or 8, and slammed the table and wanted to know why I hadn't told her. I said, "Told you what?" That my own people my grandfather's people were victims of an attempt to exterminate them. I hadn't told her anything about the frontier wars because I didn't want her to be burdened with the trauma of knowing just how horrible it was. So, I say to people, we have to be very careful about how we introduce this material into the classroom, at what age, how it is taught, because, if there are vulnerable children in the classroom, especially Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children, this is a very traumatising topic. So one has to be careful.
Well, Professor,
I'm sorry, I interrupted.
No, that's fine.
Mr. Lancaster.
No, it's a good question. It is exactly the question that makes it so difficult to tackle this problem. How do we introduce very difficult topics into the curriculum? So I went to Cambodia as part of a research project and took the opportunity to ask this question there, and they've developed a school curriculum which is compulsory for all children, I believe in high school, on the Pol Pot regime and the genocide. And there's a textbook. I brought the textbook home, and it is compulsory for all children. Now, we need to get to that point, but most Australians wouldn't have a bar of it. You see, what happens in schools is that the Parents and Citizens Association or a parent will call the principal and demand to know why any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander curriculum is being taught in class, because they don't want if they're white and racist, they don't want their children learning it, and they think it's there's a constant critique from racists. Even some of them are Aboriginal, but they don't realise how racist they are. They say that Indigenous knowledge is superstition, which it most certainly is not, and their children should not be taught superstition in classrooms. They deny that there's any concept of mathematics in Indigenous societies, not true. And so that critique is very strong, and it frightens away school principals and school teachers from teaching, because racist parents complain.
Professor, can I ask you about that other aspect of the Nanga project, which is directed towards teacher training? So in addition to the
well, I don't know a lot about
changes.
that because I'm not an educationalist, but I know that that is occurring in the project. Yeah, and I think there are 2 units developed under the Australian Teaching Standards, well, ATSLs, I'm sorry, I can't remember what it stands for. And it sets the standards for teaching,
Yes.
the teaching profession. So there are two areas which can be developed as courses, and I believe that's happening at our Faculty of Education. And it's taught in various ways in our Faculty of Education to the Masters of Teaching students. But you see, my point is this really needs to be universal in Australia. So because of the racism that I'm talking about, the institutional racism, the historical racism, and the fear of teachers of teaching this, what happens to them when they land in a regional or remote or even, peri-urban school where there are a lot of Aboriginal kids in the class, is that they don't know how to teach them. And they're flummoxed by coming face to face with a classroom of Aboriginal kids, say in a remote or regional area where they come to the school gate not speaking English, or they speak English partially and speak an Aboriginal language. How do you teach in that environment? Well, you should have been trained in your Faculty of Education as to how to do that. And many young teachers go to these schools because it's a great career starter. They work for 2 years in a remote school and then they go to an urban school with a promotion. That's how the system works.
And the Nanga project is continuing both those aspects of curriculum reform and teacher training.
Well, I'm not sure that the professionalisation is part of the Nanga program. It's what the team at the Faculty of Education do as a result of the challenge of implementing, training teachers to implement curriculum in the classroom.
The project continues to operate? It's
Yes.
Funded
So
into
it's
the
been
future?
funded a second time. So when I finished the first round, a terrific man from BHP came to see me. BHP had been funding education programs as a part of their, effort to earn a social licence to operate in various parts of Australia where they have major mines and operations. And I think, it hadn't quite hit the mark for them, and he wanted to know if I could do something. And I said, yes, I can certainly do something for you, because I had been thinking about this curriculum idea. So BHP funded the program from there on, and once Melita, Professor Hogarth had agreed to take on the program, then the first phase of the project was funded by BHP. We're into the second phase of of Nanga, her program, and it's been refunded by BHP again, and they seem to be very happy with the Nanga program and continue to fund it. So this is the second time that BHP has funded it, and yes, it continues. But as I say, with corporate funding, not government funding.
Yeah.
And that, I think, is not sustainable. I believe that departments of education, Commonwealth, state and territory should be funding this work, because to not invest in developing curriculum and professionalising teachers is in relation to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander content, children, education. That, I believe, is racially discriminatory. Now, some states do it, but they don't do it in the, I think the rigorous way that we've tackled it over the years since we started. Tasmania has a good program, for instance, and I'm not saying that there aren't programs. There are some terrific programs in New South Wales, but they run up against the same problem that we have. they're not implemented in the classroom. So systematically, and there is no requirement from any education department for their schools to implement that cross-curriculum priority.
Is that because these resources do not form part of a core component of the curriculum?
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
And
so the ACARA Australian curriculum says that schools should teach this, but and they invest, I think, a bit in science, but it's science. It's not Indigenous studies. So look, it's very nice work. I'm not complaining about it. It should be available. But, to say that there's a chemical interaction because somebody rubbed 2 fire sticks together is not exactly the kind of, level of curriculum development that you want. It's great. It's great that children learn it. I'm not complaining at all about it. But as an instance of something that happens in the Aboriginal world, it doesn't by itself constitute curriculum content that we're aiming for. So,
now, Professor, can I ask you to address the next part of your statement?
Yeah.
With that very considerable background in dealing with educational reforms to address racism against a specific community, you've reflected in your statement on the importance of intercultural community collaboration and solidarity to build social cohesion. And you've said that while your work focuses on issues affecting Indigenous communities, you pay attention to racism and discrimination affecting other communities. Can you address that and your own views about the current state of the community in respect of anti-Semitism?
Okay, so what I've learned over the years is that racism everywhere in the world comes from some ideological view, sometimes a religious view, of other peoples. That's shaped by, say, power, political structure, economic competition, and some other factors, of course. But when you look at a specific form of racism in one country, like Australia, you look to its antecedents. Where did this racism come from? How did it develop? Well, you can't avoid the conclusion that much of it comes from the European idea about inferior races. And there's a long history to that. So it was formalised as a scientific topic in the 1800s in the UK, but it had, of course, been developed elsewhere in Europe over a period of time during the imperial expansion of the European powers. And it was, a convenient ideology for the imperial expansion across the globe, and especially for the British, which, at one time, as I'm sure you know, had the largest empire in the world, the red part of the global map, or the pink part. So this idea of the inferior races was formalised in scientific communities by people such as, who followed Charles Darwin. So Charles Darwin's idea of the survival of the fittest, taken from animal biology, was, transferred over to human societies, and became a convenient excuse for conquest, murder, exploitation. And this is pretty obvious, say, for instance, in the idea of terra nullius. So terra nullius, was dismissed by the High Court in Mabo No. 2, but that idea, a country, a land with no governance, right? A land where the people are so primitive that the invading power can't make a treaty can't come to any governmental arrangements. That's the real meaning behind terra nullius. So the ideas like terra nullius are part of that racist infrastructure that was imported from the UK and Europe to Australia, and there are lots of concepts in this whole body of racist theory which underlie racism and racist violence and abuse in Australia. And it's pretty obvious, even in the online community, that they are peddling what eventually became the racial science called eugenics. And it informs so much of Australian racism. So, for instance, I said before, a very common statement of racist abuse towards Aboriginal people is, you don't look Aboriginal, you're not black enough to be Aboriginal, you're not a real Aboriginal, that sort of thing. Well, that comes from eugenics. So, the idea that you could breed the perfect race, and of course, guess who was the perfect race? Well, it was white people. For the Third Reich, it was the Aryan race, which is, a mixed up jumble of ideas about Aryan peoples. Of course, the Aryan language is, anyway, I won't go, rabbit hole, I won't go there.
No, but you, in your statement, you have drawn attention to the parallel, as you see it, between the application of the false science of eugenics, both to discrimination against First Nations people and against Jewish
so
people.
In Melbourne, there was a eugenics society, and we know a lot about that eugenics society, and we have actually published about this in 2 volumes, a 2-volume history of Indigenous Australia and the University of Melbourne, Dumbak Gubgawana, Volume 1 and Volume 2. And in Volume 1, there's a whole section of the book on eugenics, and then we deal somewhat with the aftermath of it in chapters in Volume 2. So, beginning in the 1880s, the University of Melbourne Anatomy Department began collecting Aboriginal human remains and dissecting them, studying them, to prove that Aboriginal people were an inferior race and white people are the superior race. And this went on for decades until, it was pretty obvious that they couldn't prove this. Even they had to admit it. But there was a sequence of professors of anatomy who did this. At one time, the University of Melbourne had the largest collection of human remains in Australia, possibly the world. And since 2016, it's been illegal for universities and collecting institutions or individuals to have these types of collections for entertainment, for pseudoscientific purposes. But this is still not accepted by many people. It surprises even me how there are people who demand to keep their Aboriginal human remains, their skulls on their desks, etc., because they believe so firmly that there is a white supremacist race. Anyway, so since 2016 it's been illegal with a change to the Victorian Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Act. But this came about because an Aboriginal elder, Uncle Jim Berg, sued the university and won in court, and the court ordered the University of Melbourne to repatriate the George Murray Black collection. This was in the early 80s. And the university refused. They ignored the court orders. And it took quite a number of years to repatriate that collection. And then recently we found, when we united the 2 parts of the Donald Thompson collection, that there were more human remains in our collections. And we do an annual audit and report to the Victorian Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Council.
Can I interrupt you again?
Yeah.
It's just because a little while ago you mentioned in passing the significance for Aboriginal Australians of the decision in Mabo number 2. And can I just take you to the fact that Mabo number 2 was argued by Ron Caston, a
That's
very
true.
prominent member of the Jewish community. In your experience, is it fair to say that in the struggle for achievement of recognition of the rights of Aboriginal Australians, members of the Jewish fraternity, particularly Jewish lawyers, have been in the lead? Is that a fair way to
Oh
view
yes,
things?
yeah, that's entirely the case. So there was Ron Caston,
Yes.
Brian Keane Cohen,
Yes.
and I believe others on the Mabo number 2 case, and earlier in Mabo number 1 in the Supreme Court in Queensland, and then of course there was Ron Merkel in the case that I'm talking of, Ron Merkel SC, who
In the stolen remains case.
yes,
Yes. Yes.
and many others. There's a long list of them, and
There's an alliance, isn't there, of a sort,
well, it
between
goes.
Jewish people and Aboriginal.
That's right. Well, I think
Australians?
first of all, getting to my point about eugenics
Yes.
and its deployment in genocides, how it is used to eliminate particular peoples from the world, that united Jewish people and Aboriginal people very early on. So, it goes back to the time when William Cooper led a protest in Melbourne and presented a letter to the German embassy following Kristallnacht.
Yeah.
Still to this day in Melbourne, that protest is acknowledged by some public event in Melbourne, because nowhere else in the world had anybody protested against Kristallnacht. It was an Aboriginal people from Cummeragunja, an Aboriginal settlement governed by, a Native Affairs style department, who protested at this abuse of human rights.
And Jewish Australians record their gratitude for that by the fact that William Cooper's celebrated in the Melbourne Holocaust Museum.
That's
isn't it?
right, yes. And then over the years, through many campaigns, and I don't think enough is made of this, and this is really important for curriculum actually. I was briefly the General Secretary of the Federal Council for the Advancement of Aborigines and Torres Strait Islanders, which operated until early in the 70s, from about sometime in the 40s following the Second World War to the 1970s. And it was made up of people from all those Aboriginal advancement leagues. There's one still in Victoria that developed back in the 30s as Aboriginal people organised to try to overcome the dreadful conditions that they were placed under by Native Affairs departments and such, protectorates and all. And many Jewish people joined our societies and worked with us. So because they landed in this country and saw, a situation very similar to what they had experienced. And I think that binds us together in many ways.
Sorry, Mr. Lancaster.
No, not at all. Professor, could I ask you about the submission made by the Academy of Social Sciences, which you have addressed? You're a fellow of the Academy?
Yes.
Yeah, and that's an independent organisation that brings together leading experts in the social sciences across Australia.
Yes.
And the Academy has made a submission to the Royal Commission with various recommendations that I'll come to in a moment. But part of the submission outlines some of the findings from social science research that's relevant to understandings of social cohesion.
Yes.
Are you? Can I ask you to address, from your perspective, some of the key findings in that regard? I mean, one of the key findings is of social cohesion as a multidimensional concept.
Yes.
Could you speak to that?
Okay, so our first recommendation is that the Royal Commission propose that governments implement, the Australian government implement the relevant findings and proposals of the Multicultural Framework Review and Australian Human Rights Commission National Anti-Racism Framework without delay, as a coordinated national response to anti-Semitism, racism and social division. So as I've indicated, you know, yes, there's anti-Semitism, yes, there's Islamophobia, and yes, there is a very long-standing style of racism against Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people that's informed by myths and lies, in the same way that anti-Semitism and Islamophobia are informed by myths and lies. So we need to have a coordinated and cohesive response to these forms of racism and xenophobia, and tackle them in our schools, institutions, our research priorities, and the recommendations address that. So, you know, there were some terrific experts on our working group that made this submission, and, you know, I think we all strongly believe that there needs to be a coordinated approach. At the moment, the approach is split up with all these committees and working groups, and we need to bring it all together and tackle racism and xenophobia in a systematic way, in a coordinated way. So, you know, recommendation 2 is consolidate the functions of the Office of Social Cohesion and the Office of Multicultural Affairs and governance roles envisaged by the Multicultural Framework Review and National Anti-Racism Framework into a dedicated national body or agency which recognises social cohesion as a whole of government nation-building priority under a single coherent mandate. But note that there are 2 offices there, but there's no mention of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, and there's no mention of, how this would tackle the racism against Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. And that's the bit that's missing, not because of the academy, but because it's just not there in our institutional landscape. Yes, we have a Race Discrimination Commissioner and we have an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Social Justice Commissioner, but there is no national body for tackling racism, although there are national campaigns, and I've mentioned a few of them in my submission, in my witness statement.
The submission draws attention to a recommended principle of dual framing of anti-racism and anti-Semitism efforts.
And I would add to that Islamophobia.
And Islamophobia. But that dual framing of the approach, that is part directed to a broad social cohesion effort, in other part directed to the specific character of particular types of racism and prejudice. Yeah. Can you speak to that dual approach?
Look, as I was trying to explain earlier, anti-Semitism comes from a very particular body of ideas in medieval Europe, right? And it has its own history. And most of it's nuts, it's impossible to understand. The hatred of Aboriginal people similarly comes originally from Europe, but it's developed here. So we're tackling various ideologies. And there are quite a few ideologies of racism and xenophobia which scholars have identified, and all of them need to be tackled in a cohesive way. People need to learn to think critically about how we see other people. People who are, brought up differently from us, in different religions, in different, lifestyles. If Australia is to survive as a multicultural society, our young need to be educated to think critically and to be very well informed and accurately informed about the diversity of cultures, religions, lifestyles, knowledge systems, and so on.
The Academy's submission also recommends the fostering of civil discourse in a way that allows communities to engage and interact, and it draws attention to the importance of political leadership in that regard. Do you have any observations about that?
Oh, so many.
I thought you might.
It's very difficult to engage in these debates. So, you know, I say in my witness statement that I've been labelled a Zio, you know, by the pro-Palestine movement in Melbourne. And, you know, I've had people pull out of panels that I was listed to speak at. International figures who've been informed that I'm a Zio. My windows were smashed. So this kind of abuse of people who don't sign up to what I frankly regard as a pro-Hamas, a very uninformed pro-Hamas view, they will not allow any debate of the issues. By labelling me as a Zio, I'm therefore made voiceless in the debate, because as much as I might be horrified and oppose what's happening in Gaza, the treatment of Jewish Australians is not, you know, the foul treatment of Jewish Australians cannot be justified by saying that, you know, Israel is doing this in Gaza. They're Australians. This is our country. This is where we have to treat each other properly. This is where we have to achieve peace. There can be no peace if the pro-Palestine movement make enemies of Jewish people in our country. We have to be united for peace, not dividing our country by ethnicity. The argument of the pro-Palestine movement about Zios, it doesn't make any sense. It's completely illogical. It's another form of xenophobia.
Professor, towards the end of your witness statement, you invoke the principle of nothing about us without us. Could you, as one of my last questions of you, could you elaborate on what that principle means and why that's important in policy making?
Well, I think in relation to this topic, how do we achieve social cohesion in Australia? To truly achieve social cohesion that will work, that will be sustainable, that will be meaningful to people, in which people will willingly participate, it's necessary to acknowledge that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people will have their own views, their own experiences, as I've tried to explain here, that go to how do we rectify racism in Australia. People who have not experienced racism in the way that we have, they may have experienced being called a dago if they're Italian, but they haven't been excluded from school. They haven't had their rights taken away historically by crazy eugenicist ideas and such as terra nullius, right? So we bring an understanding of Australian racism. This is a unique form of racism in the world to the table, and we need to be heard in addressing this problem. So I say too often decisions that impact First Nations communities are still made without consultation and without expert advice. This occurs despite the clear and consistent evidence that when Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples are engaged in decisions about their own communities, these decisions are trusted and services are used. So building up trust is essential, and therefore Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander leadership throughout our communities must be involved in ongoing efforts for social cohesion. Leaving us out of the picture and focusing solely on other forms of racism and xenophobia is not going to fix it. You might convince a few people not to be anti-Semitic, but they will still hate us. And the problem of racism and eugenics will continue.
Professor. I have no further questions. Thank you for your evidence.
Just one question, Professor. Do you have, as it were, general support for the national anti-racism framework?
I do,
Yes.
very much so.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor, for your evidence. You
Thank
are
you.
excused.
Thank you very much.
And I'll take the morning adjournment.
silence, please stand.
Yes, Ms. Phillips.
Commissioner, our next witness will be giving evidence under a pseudonym and will not have their image shown on the live feed, but I should note is represented by counsel.
Yes. Ms. Cairns.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Yes, would you? I understand you're taking an affirmation?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
You are giving evidence today under a pseudonym, AEA, and your image will not be shown on the live feed. Your address is known to the Royal Commission. Is it right that you've prepared a witness statement dated the 14th of August 2026?
Correct.
Is that statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
Commissioner, I tender that witness statement. It has doc ID stat.899.0001.0644_R.
Yes, the statement will be admitted as an exhibit.
You are a Jewish Australian woman
Correct.
and you hold a bachelor's degree in arts, media and communications.
Correct.
You've noted in your witness statement that your husband has a master's degree in early childhood education and that he is taught in a variety of educational settings both in Australia and abroad.
Correct.
You developed your own interest in early childhood education, you said in your statement, through a combination of your Jewish background, becoming a parent and also arising from your husband's experience as an educator.
Correct.
And at paragraph 7 of your statement, you observed that from a young age there was a particular core value that your parents instilled in you. Can you share with us what that was?
Yeah, well, I was very lucky to have the parents that I had. We actually had a spare room in our house and we welcomed people from all around the world. And so the value that was there was to really accept others, appreciate their differences. But at the same time, we had a very strong identity as members of the Australian Jewish community.
And is it right that in 2020, you, in consultation with your husband and a team of early childhood educators, ultimately decided to establish an early childhood centre in a city in Australia?
Correct.
And the children at that centre include both Jewish and non-Jewish children, is that right?
Correct.
And on your current estimates, although perhaps you can't be precise, you'd expect that around 70% of the children who are enrolled in the centre are not Jewish.
Correct.
And are you able to tell us about the backgrounds of the staff who work at the centre?
Yeah, so we have actually staff from more than 15 backgrounds. So just to go here, we've got Turkish, Greek, German, Chinese, Japanese, Nepalese, Spanish, Irish, Chilean, Brazilian, First Nations, Israeli, Lebanese, French, South African, and yeah.
And at the time you established the centre, is it right that what you were interested in creating together with your team was a childhood environment where, first of all, Jewish students or children could develop a meaningful connection to their Jewish culture, and second, an environment where children from other cultures could also experience a sense of belonging?
Yes, that's correct.
And you made a submission to the Royal Commission outlining some of the experiences of staff, students and parents connected with your centre. And is it right that you chose to do so because you wanted to highlight what you saw to be as a broader opportunity for social cohesion in Australia?
That's correct. So yeah, as you said, the thinking behind it was, creating a place where Jewish children could develop a really strong sense of their identity and an individual identity. So I say Judaism out of the box. So not necessarily aligned with a particular stream, but really developed through their own individual character and what they connected to. And at the same time, I wanted it to be an inclusive environment, so welcoming of Jewish and non-Jewish families, and that, I guess that's really reflective of the world around us. But ultimately, I guess that passion in early childhood education through becoming a parent and obviously conversations with my husband, it definitely was about that being a tool for a more inclusive and, compassionate and peaceful society.
And you've described that the approach that broadly adopt at the centre reflects constructionist education principles. Are you able to explain what that involves?
Sure. So just very simply, constructivist is just, rather than trying to explain something and tell a child something, they're learning through doing. And through doing, they're actively constructing those concepts.
And you've outlined that the approach, building on that constructivist way of thinking, has sought to incorporate several key principles in terms of curriculum and learning for children. And I'd like to ask you about the principles that you've identified in turn, and perhaps starting with the first principle that you've reflected upon at paragraph 14 of your statement, which is identity formation and early prevention. Based on your experience working in childcare, and I know you don't hold yourself out necessarily to be a child development expert in an academic sense, but based on your own experience, what have you come to understand and observe about how and when children form their identities?
So what I've come to understand through my experiences, conversations with my husband, and obviously consultation with experts, is that identity formation is most actively shaped in those early years, and the first 5 years of life really represent a significant period of development. During this time, children are not simply acquiring knowledge, but they're actively forming a sense of their identity, and they're constructing also an understanding of the groups to which they belong. So it also extends to kind of the understanding is that attitudes towards difference really develop in those early years. So bias towards others emerge at around 3 years of age, and then they gradually increase, peaking at 7 years of age. And so as you develop a sense of who you are as a child, you start to perceive those differences. And those differences include kind of who's in your group and who's out of your group. And it's that idea of the other. I think it's very significant in terms of an opportunity for social cohesion. There's an opportunity there. So.
And that's because when you identify the age at which identity forms and appreciation or acknowledgement of difference forms, you can put in place educational settings around shaping perceptions of those sorts of topics. Is that right?
Yeah, so that it's an opportunity in that time as identity is forming to build familiar, positive associations and meaningful connections with others. So this is all happening before prejudice has even had the opportunity to kind of take root.
And the second principle that you've outlined in terms of the approach at your centre, you've explained under the heading of experiential and constructivist learning. Can you expand on what that involves?
Sure. So as I mentioned before, children learn through doing. And they're actively constructing and understanding through their experiences. There's a good example. One of the pioneers of early childhood education was Dr. Maria Montessori, and she was the first female doctor in Italy. And she spent decades, she observed children and she developed this scientific educational approach, and it also placed that emphasis on hands-on learning, and she describes it really well. She said, what happens at this age is what goes into the hand goes into the mind. And yeah, so it's really that simple. So, learning in these early years is an active, constructive process. And that's why the experiences that we create for young children matter so deeply. It's not only for who they come to know, what they come to know, but it's for who they come to be. And with the model or program that we've created, what we've added to that is the layer of culture and values. And so something we've spoken about is kind of just extending on that idea. So what goes into the hand goes into the mind and into the heart. So
I'll come
I hope that makes sense.
I'll come a bit later perhaps to ask you to elaborate on some concrete examples of that
Sure.
practice in your centre. Just in terms of the overarching principles for the framework, the next one that you've identified is the idea of values-based education. What does that involve from your perspective in terms of identifying and building on values?
Mm-hmm. So, different cultures, they have their different practices and traditions, but underlying in all that, we all have actually shared human values. So things like kindness, connection to family, gratitude, care for the environment, they're shared values. So the interesting thing about kind of understanding this in early childhood education, if you can understand from the perspective of a 3 or 4-year-old child, what we've had to do as part of this program is you actually strip it all back, and you're actually kind of communicating this very essential core value, and that is just someone that everyone can understand and that we all share. So I think a big part of this was bringing those shared values into the program, which is kind of the core of the program. And this isn't about sameness, so the tradition remains distinct, and we don't want to dilute that. We don't want to remove the difference, and we've done this with the Jewish cultural experiences. We also there's no intention for a non-Jewish child to adopt that practice, so that's not the intention there. But what it is connecting on those shared values. So that's basically.
And you've highlighted an intention of enabling students or children of all backgrounds, when they're learning about cultural practices of other communities, to recognise something familiar in a tradition, even though that tradition might be different from their own. Is that right?
100%. So just in its very simple, in its simplest form, so we're different, we have different traditions and practices, but beneath those differences are shared values. And so what this, if I keep going, what this model does is take that. So we've got the difference and we've got the connection of the shared values together.
Sorry to have inadvertently cut you off there. I was wanting to draw a connection between that observation and the next principle that you've outlined, which is the idea of collective experience and belonging, and how they connect to the values approach that you've just been describing. How does the centre and its activities and programming approach the concept of belonging?
So it's very, very important to understand that a child's first experience of belonging is generally within their home and their family. And for many children, the early childhood setting becomes their first community. That's before, the world progressively expands to include their local community and then the wider community. So a child's identity develops through two mechanisms. One is through their individual experiences, and the other is through those collective experiences as part of a group. So these two dimensions come together very naturally in the early childhood setting. So learning occurs through a combination of the individual exploration and play, And it also comes in shared experiences. And so within that, we see that identity formation as well. And in those shared experiences, you know, they really experience what it means to belong within a group and, you know, to be known, to be included, and have a place in something shared. And I think, as I said, you know, belonging doesn't require sameness. They can have their individual identity, culture and traditions, but they can also develop a sense of that they belong with others who are different from them. And that's something that happens in an early childhood setting, as I said, very naturally.
And you've outlined in your witness statement from paragraph 15 some practical examples of how these broad-based principles that you've been describing have connected to practices that relate to Jewish culture. Are you able to share those examples with us?
Yeah, sure. So I've got two examples. The first one is challah baking. So each Friday at the centre, a child will receive a portion of dough. So they'll use their hands and they'll mould that dough and they'll create their own unique shape with that dough. That dough gets baked at the centre, so there's this beautiful smell of then fresh bread. And then it gets taken home in a little bag and it gets shared with their family. So as you see, it's a very distinct Jewish, you know, tradition. It's challah baking. But the values that underneath that is something that we all share, you know, that idea of sharing food with family, you know, so that's kind of an example of how the program works. And I really think the values, as I said, they're stripped back and they're so simple because, you know, you're communicating this and you're sharing it with a young child. And those values are really widely shared across Australian society. Just one other example, if I have time.
Sure.
Another example is Tu B'Shvat, and it's the Jewish New Year of the trees. So we compare human beings to trees. So we look at our roots and we think, well, what's our history? Where do we come from? And we look at this beautiful big tree and we'll go into the garden and we'll actually look at that and we'll talk about it. And we think, well, what do we need to nourish us to grow strong and tall? And this is what we'll talk to the children about. And then we look at the fruit that tree bears. And we think about, well, what can we give to others in this world? What fruit are we going to bear? So once again, it's a very distinct Jewish tradition, Tu B'Shvat, New Year of the Trees. But the values that underpin it are respect for a natural environment, you know. It's really something that we all share, and that's where that point of connection happens, in those values.
And perhaps flowing on from that, you've identified at paragraph 20 of your statement that while some of the content of the teaching and the activities at your centre have been developed through a framework of sharing Jewish traditions and practices, the underlying approach is able to apply across various cultural communities. Are you able to comment further on that?
Yeah, well, it's exactly what you said. You take that you take that framework or that model and you can apply it to any community. So if you think of any community's cultural practice, well, obviously we've got very diverse cultures of traditions. So you take that practice, you make it multi-sensory, and you link it to shared values. So definitely is something that every culture can share, and while you remain connected to your identity, but it has that connection point with others. So does that answer your question?
It does, thank you. And you've commented on what you see, this is at paragraph 17 of your statement, as alignment between the kinds of practices and programs implemented at your centre and Australia's early years learning framework. Where do you see those connection points arising?
Well, we created it within Australia's National Quality Framework, and specifically the Early Years Learning Framework. So it definitely aligns with those frameworks. We don't have to have any type of regulatory change, it's all within that. And the title of the framework is actually being, belonging and becoming. So yeah, it's definitely within the framework, if that.
And I think you've also noted that amongst that early childhood curriculum, there are also principles around respect for diversity and equity, and that there might be some crossover there as well.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of the principles and practices, as I said, that it aligns within the early years learning framework. And yes, as you've noted, respect for diversity, equity, inclusion, high expectations. So
later on in your statement, and noting the particular Jewish cultural context at your centre, you've provided some observations about how you consider that approach is able to act as a form of primary prevention of anti-Semitism. What have some of the non-Jewish educators at your centre, or the parents of non-Jewish children at the centre, told you about what their understanding of the Jewish community had been before they started their journey in early childhood education?
Well, it was really interesting and really surprising. As I said, I wanted this inclusive environment. Little did I know, the word spread, and we had this 70% non-Jewish families, which I wasn't expecting. I was thinking maybe 50-50, but so what happened is that parents would tell us that they had very little exposure, if not any, to Jewish life and traditions. Most had never knowingly met a Jewish person, and they really welcomed that opportunity to learn about our culture and traditions, because they had perceived the Jewish community as a closed community. Now that's definitely not intentional as part of the Jewish community and our views in that sense. But there was really that gap in the knowledge that people had of Jewish people. And I guess we're a small population and we don't prophesize. So we're not getting out there trying to, push ideas out there. So yeah, it was surprising that people really wanted to know about it. And I think it also is an opportunity there that actually a lot of people in our society want to know what Jewish is about, even on a simple term. And then, they'll turn on the news or they'll search online, and that's where they'll find their information. So, yeah, I think what it comes down to is really that there is that void there, and I think this is an opportunity. I started to see that, how much people welcome this opportunity to learn about Jewish culture and traditions.
And I think you've shared a quote or some feedback that a father of one of the children at your centre shared with you. I wonder if you can convey that to us, that feedback.
Sure. So this was from a father. So they seem to absorb different cultures and come home speaking all the different languages. And it blows our minds how much they absorb. We're not a Jewish family, but we love learning about it so much. And in fact, our son comes home and teaches us more than we've ever known about the cultures. He brings home different art, and he's so proud of the things he's created. He wants to share with us and teach us.
Thank you. And you, I think, based on that experience, are a firm advocate of the importance of meaningful face-to-face cultural encounters and how they're necessary for social cohesion. You make the observation, though, at paragraph 26 of your statement that while you think it's important for those types of encounters to build tolerance, respect and understanding of difference, those foundations are not on their own enough. What else do you think is needed?
Well, it's exactly that. Tolerance and understanding of others are vital foundations in our society. However, I believe with social cohesion, we've got to go a step further than just tolerance and understanding. We've got to discover those points of connection beneath our differences. And those connection points are the glue, and that's the glue that where we build that shared sense that we actually belong together in this Australian society.
And then you go on to explain that from your perspective, the opportunity in your centre's model extends beyond only the child that is enrolled in the centre, and that arises from something that's unique perhaps about the early childhood setting and education space as opposed to when children get older. Are you able to expand on that uniqueness and the opportunity that you see it as providing?
Yeah, so I think for parents, they can become familiar with these cultures in a way, it's a very interconnected community. The children, the parents and the educators, if you think about it, the parents are dropping off and picking up every day. They're having conversations with the educators. They're seeing photos throughout the day. And as I mentioned, things are coming home. So it's very interconnected. The other thing about new parents, when you have a child, it's a profoundly reflective time, and I think any parent can probably relate to that. You really reflect on, what are my values? What do I want to pass on to my children? So I would say parents at that time when they have young children are very open and they want to learn. So I think that's the unique thing about early childhood education, is this really close contact we have with the parents at this very poignant time.
And can that impact also extend perhaps to children's extended families, grandparents, aunts, uncles, cousins and the like?
Oh, 100%. We have, with the photos we share, we have grandparents that want to see photos of their specific children, and it's caregivers, so it definitely ripples out in that sense.
And I think in your witness statement you've used the phrase multiplier effect.
Correct.
Is that the multiplication that you're referring to there?
Yeah, with that multiplier, I was also speaking of the educators. So we have child, parents and educators. Is that something you mentioned? So, the educators, they're really, they occupy an extraordinary position in our society. They're amongst the first people outside a child's family entrusted with helping a child to understand who they are and how they relate to others and what it means to belong in a community. And they've got this real professional skill to translate an abstract idea or value into something that very young children can experience and understand. And so, I think they're also very well placed to be the ones to kind of be translating this message to children. And it's very important to note that. And our educators at our centre have worked incredibly hard over the past 6 years to actually refine this model and make it simple. And I think it definitely could be transferable and have that broader use. At the same time, with the multiplier effect, the educators are impacted as well. And they go on that journey of understanding those cultures, reflecting on what those values are to them. So,
And you've expressed a perspective in your statement that an opportunity that you feel exists is to provide further support for early childhood education, educators more broadly, by providing, for example, practical resources and developmentally appropriate ways to bring the sorts of objectives that you focus on within your centre to life across other contexts. Is that right?
Can you just repeat that?
At paragraph 18 of your statement, if I can refer you to that, you've expressed the view that early childhood educators should be supported further with practical resources to bring some of the objectives in your centre to life. What kind of resources do you feel could be made available to educators across other contexts outside of your centre?
Well, the types of activities that I've shared are resources. There would also some type of training and things like that. So I definitely think there's that opportunity, and we've got this social cohesion education hub, and my understanding is that they would welcome more resources in this area. So there's definitely, I see a really big opportunity. It's timely.
And I understand that you have been working more recently both with state and Commonwealth education departments on a possible trial that could be rolled out in different spaces and across different cultural contexts. Is that right?
Correct. I'm very, very grateful for the engagement that I've had. We've had a visit from the Department of Education. They participated in a challah with the children, as well as a visit from ASEQA's national educational leader. And I understand those were very meaningful visits, and there's these conversations that are happening. And I guess I could say I'm working with the Department of Education and the Commonwealth Department of Education on a possible trial, and I hope that would be supported.
And do you have any closing remarks that you'd like to share, synthesising your personal reflections on the importance of the early childhood education space in building social cohesion in this country?
I do. I've written some closing remarks. I just want to say first thank you to the Commission team. You've been so helpful and supportive, and also to the Jewish Centre for Law and Justice. Thank you so much. So for my closing statement, I wanted to note that over the course of these hearings, we've heard some of this harrowing evidence about anti-Semitism and really the complex challenges facing our society. And at times it has been deeply confronting. What I hope to offer today is something constructive. It's an opportunity to bring to the surface the shared human values that already connect us beneath our differences. And at times, in the last few years, I could say perhaps those values have been a little more hidden, but they are still there. The values that we share, and as I said, it's the glue that connects us. And I think I mentioned my team has worked incredibly hard over the past 6 years to refine this approach. It's grounded in strong pedagogical principles, but it's also quite simple, the idea and how where we've got to into how it works, and for others to be able to use it. So just to summarise, this model, it reaches the child at a formative time of their life. It's as their identity and understanding of the world are developing before prejudice forms. It can then travel home to parents through their child's eyes at a time when families are reflecting on the values that they want to pass on. And it's delivered by skilled early childhood educators who know how to translate complex ideas into experiences that are meaningful for very young children. Importantly, all of this sits within Australia's existing early years learning framework, which recognises that children's lives flourish through the concepts of belonging, being and becoming. So what begins as a simple experience for a young child can then ripple out into homes, schools and communities. And I would say if we want a more connected society, we must start where that connection begins, in our society's earliest years.
Thank you for your evidence.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you for your evidence.
Thank you.
You're now excused.
Thank you very much.
Thank you too, Miss Cairns. Yes.
Commissioner, the next witness will be Professor Paul Komesaroff.
Yes.
Professor, you may enter the witness box.
Oh.
Thank you.
Do solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I
Please
do.
say I do.
I do.
Yes, Miss Taylor.
Professor, could you please state your full name for the Commission?
Professor Paul Alter Komesaroff.
Your address is known to the Commission.
Yes.
You are a Professor of Medicine at Monash University and the Executive Director of International NGO Global Reconciliation, is that right?
I am.
You have prepared a witness statement dated 17 August 2026. Is that witness statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
Commissioner, I tender that witness statement with ID stat.899.001.0654_R.
Yes. The
Professor,
statement will be admitted.
thank you, Commissioner. Professor, you have co-authored a submission on behalf of Global Reconciliation, is that correct?
Yes.
Commissioner, I also tender that submission with ID sub.001.001.6232_R.
Yes, the Global Reconciliation submission will be received as a separate exhibit.
Professor, let's start with your professional background. You are a physician, medical researcher and philosopher at Monash University in Melbourne, is that correct?
Yes.
Your work has spanned a wide range of disciplines encompassing clinical practice, laboratory, clinical and social science research, as well as ethics.
That's true.
And you are the Executive Director of Global Reconciliation.
I am.
On a more personal note, you are Jewish.
I am.
Professor, could you tell the Commissioner about the organisation Global Reconciliation?
Global Reconciliation is an organisation that came into existence in 2004, essentially in the wake of 9/11. There was a perception amongst many of us that the formal mechanisms in the world for maintaining and restoring peace and security were failing, and there was a need for a citizen-based movement that would identify resources, points of strength and sources of solidarity whereby people could work together to establish what we're now calling social cohesion, but what we meant by inclusion, by a sense of mutual purpose and shared values. And since 2004, we have operated in many countries, more than 50 or 60 different countries, as well as Australia, with the aim not of acting as a funding organisation or as an initiating organisation, but rather as a coordinating network where we can provide connections to people who have knowledge and competency, who can assist in local settings with the development of reconciliation kinds of projects. When we talk about reconciliation, we have a very specific and technical meaning. We don't mean conflict resolution. In a sense, we mean the opposite of conflict resolution in a specific sense. In conflict resolution, the aim is to identify the things that separate or keep people apart. In reconciliation, what we seek to do is to promote communication and dialogue across difference. Our aim is to enhance understanding, but to draw on the differences in a productive and creative way. So when I say it's different from conflict resolution, obviously we have a shared purpose in avoiding violence and the degeneration of conflicts into very unproductive outcomes. But what we seek to do is really to draw on the bodies of knowledge that derive from different communities, from different sources of experience, so that people can share them and come into contact with them, with each other, both in a verbal way. There's a big kind of verbal aspect of communication, but more importantly, and I think in a more sustainable way, by developing active partnerships around areas of work that we've tended to focus on, like healthcare, which is my own major area of work, but also sport and the arts, gender issues, environmental issues, social justice, and so on. So we've tended to focus on bringing people together around shared values in what we call life world settings, where they actually share activities and work together. So that's that's the concept behind global reconciliation. And we've worked, as I said, around the world. We had a project commissioned by the Bosnian presidency in 2005 to initiate a reconciliation process in Bosnia-Herzegovina. We've worked in Africa, especially with projects around HIV. We've worked a lot in Sri Lanka, in Myanmar, and in many other countries, East Timor and so on.
Professor, I understand that you've also worked within various communities in Australia, including some communities in Australia who have been impacted by overseas conflict. Could you give the Commissioner some examples of the work in Australia?
Yes. So there are multiple examples, but perhaps a good example to focus on is the Sri Lankan community. Now, I should say it's a little presumptuous of me as a non-Sri Lankan person to be talking about things that happened in another community, but I have checked with community members and they've given me the permission to make these kinds of statements and to talk about their experience. The Sri Lankan community in Australia is highly prized by non-Sri Lankan Australian people. It's made a profound and important and ongoing contribution to the broader Australian society, as everyone here is well aware of. But Sri Lanka itself was embroiled in a very violent civil conflict between 1983 and 2009. And that was reflected in divisions in the Australian Sri Lankan community. Specifically, the divisions were between Sinhala people, which is the majority, Tamil people, and Muslim people. A smaller group is Burgher Christians, but it's really the three major groups who were involved in the violent civil conflict. And that had a huge impact on the Australian community, a very damaging impact, because the Sri Lankan community is very proud of its heritage that goes back thousands of years with magnificent cultural achievements and so on. So it was very painful and difficult. In response to it, there were multiple attempts to heal the community and to overcome these divisions, and I think with some success. But there are some really interesting messages, I think, that are relevant to other conflicts. One is that there is no single formula. There was no single way forward to overcome the divisions. Rather, there was a recognition that the divisions were multifaceted and they required a multifaceted response. And that was kind of multi-layered, I guess you could say. From the the conflict formally ended in 2009, but towards the end of that period, 2007, 2008, there was a prolonged formal process of dialogue that was initiated by the La Trobe Centre for Dialogue, headed by Professor Joe Camilleri, Michalis Michael, Professor Alberto Gomez and others. And that was a 1 or 2 year long process that brought together people from all aspects of the Sri Lankan community in Australia to talk about their common interests and to find ways to move forward. That was successful. It was difficult, and there was often hostility and so on, as one might expect. But it ultimately led to a memorandum of understanding that recognised that there were political differences, but there were also deep similarities as well. There were many other aspects, however. There were many groups, of course, within the Sri Lankan community itself, People for Human Rights and Equity, the Australian Society for Good Governance in Sri Lanka, the Australian Association of Muslim Societies, and many others that worked. Some of it was interfaith dialogue. That's obviously important to enhance understanding. But more importantly than that, there were community-based projects to bring people together so that the shared values could be demonstrated and realised in practical activities. So there were many cultural activities, and they were supported by Harmony Day, Victorian Government, the Uniting Church, and so on. A lot of heroic figures within the Sri Lankan community. There were sporting events. Cricket was a big thing, of course. We ourselves from Global Reconciliation were involved in dialogue groups in Australia. And we held at one stage, 2014, a photographic exhibition which included photos of people from all walks of life and cultures in Sri Lanka. And we used that as a basis for ongoing dialogues in Australia, and thousands of people attended. It was very, very uplifting. But an interesting aspect is that what emerged was a complex society that was probably different from what pre-existed. This was a sense of Sri Lankan society in Australia that had gone through a difficult experience, but also learnt new things and learnt what the values were that drew everyone together. But it also interestingly rebounded on Sri Lankan society itself. So the learnings from Australia, and I guess we could even say without being presumptuous ourselves, that the learning from the great resources of Australian society and the tolerance of difference within Australia also was able to be transferred, at least to some extent, back to Sri Lanka. So we held the first post-war reconciliation workshop in Sri Lanka in 2010 that brought together people from all over the country for the first time in decades. And we also assisted with tours. One was AFL players who conducted football clinics across the country. So the interesting point there is that the Australian achievements of reconciliation are also a gift to the world and can be appreciated. So what happens here when we heal our wounds is not just something that we experience beneficially in Australia, but we can offer to other people as well. There are ongoing attempts. There's the organisation Bridging Lanka, which conducts tours to the west of the island, focusing on the Muslim community. There are ongoing activities within the Australian Sri Lankan Muslim community to develop community resources, kindergartens. There's a project to develop gardens of remembrance across Sri Lanka and so on. And that's all initiated from Australia. So the great strengths of Australia, have led to significant benefits here for the community, but also elsewhere. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor. You mentioned earlier dialogue groups that Global Reconciliation had organised in Australia. What do you mean by a dialogue group?
Yeah, so dialogue is not, obviously dialogue means talking to each other, but there are complex theoretical questions about what happens when communication breaks down. And in my submission, I've talked a little bit about some of the important theorists about communication blockages and communication deficiencies, and the need to repair ruptured communication. And to a significant extent, that's what happens when conflict occurs. It's not just misunderstanding, but it's a loss of the ability to talk and to communicate. And there needs to be some kind of therapeutic process. And there are many ways to conceive of this. One of our colleagues, Professor Joe LaBianco, has the concept of facilitated dialogue, which he's worked on around the world, including in Sri Lanka and Myanmar, written many books. He's an eminent educationalist and linguistic scholar. The Dialogue Centre at La Trobe University had its own model of facilitating communication. The essence of it is and I should also say, and the work that I've done, especially in overseas communities, for example in African communities, also follows a carefully designated model, which involves identifying the strengths of the communities, the things that hold people together, to try to secure agreement on fundamental values, a bit like the last speaker was saying, that then becomes a kind of bedrock on which the ongoing conversation can occur. This sounds a bit abstract, but it has very practical sort of local applications. So there are, and an important point is to also to reflect on the process of conversation itself. So it's not just a matter of bringing people together and expecting them to understand each other, but to look for where the difficulties are and to find ways of circumventing those. And often it develops its own momentum. And the last speaker also talked about how the consequences extend beyond that, the immediate context of those conversations. And that's certainly been our experience, including I'll just use the example of African communities, where we might work in one project in Central African Republic, encouraged the use of vaccines, polio vaccine in particular, and that community spread their knowledge to local communities. So we have this idea of transfer. And similarly in Swaziland, where we've worked with, and one of my students, Maithri Gunitaletti, ran an organisation that works specifically with people affected by HIV and by the social stigma associated with that. So to bring those communities together was useful in its local sense, but it also propagated well beyond that simple community setting. So just to summarise, dialogue itself has a structure and requires a degree of competency and expertise. It's been well discussed in educational theory and in literacy programs and so on. So there's a lot of theory about it, and there's, I think, good evidence about its potential success when applied in specific settings.
Is it that expertise that global reconciliation brings when endeavouring to assist in a particular region?
Exactly.
So bringing things home, Professor, we have a community that has been deeply divided in consequence of the hostilities in the Middle East following the Hamas attack on Israel. Does global reconciliation have a program or views about how we might endeavour to breach that divide?
Yes, indeed, and a lot of Jewish people have been seeking ways to reach out to in a non-divisive way to overcome the distinctions. Can I? This raises a slightly different point that I think is really relevant, and that is that the divisions themselves have multiple facets to them as well. And I tried to bring that out with the Sri Lankan community. It wasn't just divisions between Sinhala and Tamil people. It was deep divisions that resonated through the culture, but also there were the continuing aspects of the things that they held together, including cricket and including music and so on. Similarly with anti-Semitism and indeed all forms of racism and bigotry, these are not simple uni-causal things. They have multiple components, multiple facets, and they need to be responded to in multiple ways. So anti-Semitism has the grotesque history of criminality that we know about. There's a vast literature post-Second World War. In fact, there's an argument that almost all intellectual culture after 1945 was focused on how could this terrible catastrophe have happened? What were the weaknesses in European culture that let it happen? And it was, I can't say that there was agreement, but there was a widespread view that Jewish people were the subject of projection of issues that arose in the culture, of threats, of vulnerability, of uncertainty, that somehow became personified in Jewish people. That's a very different kind of dynamic than the overt criminality that ultimately emerged in the Nazi Holocaust, for example. And education is not sufficient there. What we need to do is to think of the multiple levels at which these different kinds of bigotries, racism, intolerance develop, that include the psychological and identity issues, that include the questions of communication and dialogue, that include the social structural features, and include the historical memory and the political forces. And all of these require very different kinds of strategies, not in isolation from each other. So it's really important to think of the complexity of human conflict, but also respond to that complexity with an appreciation of the complexity of what holds us together ethically.
Professor, one of the things you say about needing a whole of society approach to address the various facets of anti-Semitism and indeed other forms of racism and bigotry is your support for the National Anti-Racism Framework. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely. That's a whole of society concept, and that's exactly what we say here. And an important point there is that there are many groups, and this is maybe one of my key messages, there are many groups in our society that are doing wonderful reconciliation work, and you've heard from a number of them very movingly here. There's a lot of capacity in Australian society. Australian society has extraordinary strengths. It has not just its tolerance and openness and trust, but also the provision of support for elderly people, for sick people, for disabled people, and so on, that can provide the framework within which people can comfortably and safely come together. So there are preconditions for a society that has constant or stable institutions, but within which there's this dynamic sense of ferment that we've tried to describe in relation to our idea of social cohesion, but also the process of reconciliation. But there are many other aspects of society in which it's necessary to bring together community elements. So the Brotherhood of St Lawrence has a program called the National Youth Employment Body, and it focuses on employment, but it also focuses on issues that arise for young people, to do with mentoring, to do with their place in society, to do with substance use and so on. And it recognises that there are multiple components within the society, multiple groups who have knowledge and influence, who need to be brought together in a coordinated way. So it's not just a matter of an advertising campaign or even a dialogue group. It's a matter of working with multiple locally place-based organisations to bring them into a coordinated process in order to address a bigger problem.
Indeed, Professor, in your submissions you propose the establishment of a federal office of reconciliation, and you propose that one of the roles that office would be to do a regular nationwide call for projects, and noting what you've said about the capacity of Australians and the range of institutions and organisations already doing these things. In your submissions, you gave a list of practical activities that could form the basis of such work. Would you be able to outline a few of those examples for the Commissioner?
Sure. So one of my major points has been that Australia has available to it this teeming, fecund array of capacities in relation to responding to conflict and difference. And we have been an extraordinarily successful society, and obviously there have been many areas of tension, such as this one. But it's important to recognise that we do have this capacity that can be brought to bear in order to respond to issues as they come up. And in a sense, that's how we've conceived of global reconciliation, as a resource that can be made available when people need it, when an issue comes up, and we know where to go, and we know who has the competencies that we can draw on, and we can help piece together a multifaceted, as I've said, kind of program that will address these complex issues. The idea of a federal office is really to take that one step further. There are these amazing things that are being done. There are wonderful groups like our previous witnesses, for example, like the faith-based groups, like the cultural groups, the BWAT, the World Music Organisation, or Yusuf El Ramawi's Tarab Ensemble, and so on. These are all under the radar, multiple events that are occurring that are working towards reconciliation, but in ways where no one even knows that they exist, that they operate in isolation. And yet, together they comprise an extraordinary set of capacities that could be made available much more widely. So that one of the roles of the Federal Office of Reconciliation would be to coordinate, to be able to share different models or methodologies, and importantly to be able to accumulate evidence to find out what works and what doesn't work. So it would be a kind of clearinghouse where the sort of work that I'm describing could be seen as part of an array of possibilities, of resources that could then be made available when a new issue arose. In a sense, it's all there already, and it's important to emphasise we would not be advocating that a Federal Office of Reconciliation is the originator of these projects, because it's important that they come from the community. Rather,
your point is the need for national coordination
yes,
of all these projects that are in fact out in the community as we speak.
Yes. Coordination, communication of information, and collection of evidence.
Yes.
Thank you, Professor, for shedding light on those extraordinary set of capacities you've just described. Commissioner, I have no further questions.
Just then, perhaps one thing, or perhaps one or two things, Professor. You're an endocrinologist, is that right?
That's correct.
Do you have occasion ever to work in the public hospital system?
I only work in the public hospital system.
You might be aware of an incident that occurred in the Bankstown Hospital involving a couple of nurses who made some comments which I won't go into because there are current criminal proceedings. But what that incident did was to give rise to fears amongst the Jewish population, at least in Sydney and probably wider, about their safety when going and using a public hospitals. Can you offer any reassurance on that score?
I would just say such actions on either side or any side are completely reprehensible and inappropriate. Although I obviously have my strong views, they're not relevant in a professional context.
Yes.
I'm there to serve my patients, whoever they happen to be. And I would believe that for the overwhelming majority of practitioners, that would be the ethos that they would follow. And I would be very hopeful that most patients would appreciate that.
As a Jewish person, if you found yourself needing to be admitted to a public hospital, would you worry for your safety?
No.
Thank you, Professor. You are excused.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Phillips.
Commissioner, the next witness to be called is Sandy Kouroupidis, who will be giving evidence via the ABL.
Ah, yes.
Hello.
Good morning, sir. No, I apologise. Good afternoon. Good afternoon indeed. Will you be taking an oath or making an affirmation, sir?
Taking an oath.
Thank you.
Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do.
So, are you able to see and hear me?
Yes, I can.
Are you please able to state your full name?
My name is Sandy Kouroupidis.
Your address is known to the Royal Commission. You are the multi-faith officer at the Faith Communities Council of Victoria.
Correct.
You've prepared a witness statement dated the 18th of August 2026.
Correct.
Is that statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is true and correct.
Commissioner, I tender that witness statement. It has doc ID stat.899.0001.0657_R, and I'll place on the record a series of doc IDs for the annexures. Sub.0001.0003.3372_R, which is the submission of the council. Stat.899.0001.0649_R. Stat.899.0001.0647_R. Stat.899.0001.0646, and finally stat.899.0001.0649.
Yes, well, both the statement and the annexes to it will be received as exhibits.
Mr. Kouroupidis, is it right that the Faith Communities Council of Victoria is that state's peak multi-faith body?
Yes, we are an umbrella body of peak faith bodies. So our members consist of the Victorian Council of Churches, which represents the Christian majority in Victoria, the Islamic Council of Victoria, the Jewish Community Council of Victoria, the Buddhist Council of Victoria, the Hindu Council of Victoria, the Sikh Council, the Jain Council, the Baha'i Council, the Brahma Kumaris, and so on.
And with that diverse representation, is it right that the Faith Communities Council has worked for over 2 decades to promote understanding, cooperation and dialogue between those diverse faith communities, and also involving collaboration with government and broader civil society?
Yeah, correct. So what we do is we encourage our own faith communities to interact with one another. We have a number of programs that do that. We also work on issues of common concern, so whether it is about child safety or prevention of family violence or anti-racism or anti-gambling, these are issues that affect all of us, so we work collaboratively together to tackle those issues. And we also are an advisory body to council, so if council, for example, wants to disseminate information on child safe standards, they would come to us and we would use our internal databases to disseminate that information to our faith communities.
And you've described, this is at paragraph 8 of your witness statement, that the council, if CCV has a long history of developing programs that bring together people of different religions, cultures and worldviews into contact with one another, and that those programs can take different forms. I'd like to invite you to comment on what some of those forms include, and also on the common purpose that you've identified as underpinning each of those programs or initiatives.
Yep, I guess our definition of what creates social cohesion, there's 4 elements. One is a sense of belonging. Another is an opportunity to learn about people outside of your own faith or culture. Also opportunities to meet people outside of your own faith and culture, and the opportunities to work together for the common good. So these are the 4 conditions that we base all our programs on, that underlie all of our programs. And as a result, we have developed a number of programs to address those 4 key issues.
I might take you to some of those programs. The first one that you've described in your witness statement relates to religions and worldviews education, and the Commission heard some evidence earlier in the week from the CEO of Faith Values, who we understand that the Council has been working with to roll out a religions and worldviews education pilot. Are you able to explain at a high level the involvement that the Faith Communities Council of Victoria has had in the commencement and rollout of that pilot program?
Yes, my colleague Herbert spoke to you yesterday, I believe, on this program. Our participation in the program is we're actually auspicing the program, so we're the auspice of that program. In terms of the resources that are developed for that program, like the teacher guide and the student resources, they have a multi-faith content attached to them, and that multi-faith content was provided by our member groups. The actual project is about 6 major religions and 2 non-religions. So it's about Christianity, Judaism, Hinduism, Buddhism, Islam and Sikhism. So these peak faith groups that are part of our membership were involved in helping write the resources for this program. So that's our contribution to that program.
And when you refer to the auspicing that's been undertaken for that program by the Faith Communities Council, has that involved, in a sense, getting the various faith bodies in the same room, as it were, to provide their respective contributions on the proposal?
That is correct. This is a multi-faith project. It is something that involves all faith communities. So I think Faith Values, they have experience in writing resources and going into schools and running programs. But because of the multi-faith nature of this program, they came to us to ask for us to auspice them and to bring those faith communities into the room to discuss a joint approach.
And at a high level, from the Council's perspective, what do you see to be the potential benefits or advantages for social cohesion from a religions and worldviews educational program?
Well, unfortunately here in Victoria, to talk about religion in the class has become a bit of a taboo subject, which I don't really think helps social cohesion. I think it's important for students to develop certain tools and certain knowledge about people from other faiths within the classroom. So for us, it is important that these discussions are made in class. The great thing about this particular program is it's not really talking at students, it's actually asking students to actually formulate or understand that they already have a worldview, a personal worldview. And this is the gem of this particular program. It begins by helping students recognise that even at year 7 and 8, they've actually developed a personal worldview. And by just asking them personal questions like what they believe the purpose of life is, or how do they distinguish between right and wrong, that personal worldview surfaces. And then they start to look around the classroom and they see that their class roommates have a totally different personal worldview to them. For us, it's important that that recognition is made inside of the school curriculum, and that these students are able to talk about how they can actually get along in a diverse society with having these different worldviews, perspectives, And it's really about developing empathy and sympathy for one another, rather than a sense of self-righteousness, which tends to happen if you don't actually understand that people do have a different worldview to yourself.
Another initiative that you have described in your witness statement that the Faith Communities Council of Victoria has been leading is one called Sacred Victoria. Can you explain what that has involved to date?
Yes, this is currently a pilot program. It's an initiative of the Faith Communities Council of Victoria. Our ambition is to actually photograph 100 places of worship in Victoria and also 100 festivals of holy days in Victoria. So it's going to be the largest photographic exhibition of faith that's taken place in Victoria. At the moment, we're running a pilot program, so we're doing 20 places of worship to see how things go and to try to get further funding to complete all the 200 places of worship. But yeah, it basically involves going into a place of worship. In Victoria, we have 130 different faiths. The whole idea behind this project is to document as many faiths as possible that have a place of worship. So we're looking to document, I think there are 70 different traditions that have a place of worship in Victoria. We're looking to document each and every one of them. In terms of what that does, imagine a student at school being able to go online to a particular website and to learn about all the living traditions that are existing right here in Victoria. So it's a great educational tool. And for those that are participating in the actual project, we've already approached, say, the Zoroastrian faith, the Confucius and Taoist faiths, and they're sort of minority faiths that never really get included in anything. So for them, it was an honour to be included in this project, and they were very happy to be included in this project. And for them, it increased their sense of belonging and their sense of inclusion, the fact that they can see themselves as being part of the larger diversity that makes up faith in Victoria.
And you've noted in relation to that initiative that as part of it, the faith communities to be captured will or have had a role in determining the way that their spaces or their communities are represented. Can you explain how that operates in practice and why that's a feature that you regard as being important?
Yeah, so it's really important from a sense of belonging that people actually get to say their story. It's not us telling them what they're about. It's actually them expressing themselves in their own words. So each particular place of worship, this particular project you can actually see online if you go to sacredvictoria.org.au. Each place of worship has actually got their own web page, and the actual text that is used on that web page is something that they've written themselves. They've actually written their own story in their own words. They guide us into what photos to take, what sacred objects to photograph. They have full control of the process. And it is very, very important that people feel like they have the power to actually express their own story as opposed to be described by someone outside of themselves.
And you mentioned a moment ago that the project remains in a pilot phase and that its expansion might be conditional on further funding. Where does the Faith Communities Council of Victoria typically source its funding from?
Usually we've sought government funding in the past. Lately we have been looking at philanthropic funding, like the Collier Foundation or the Scanlon Foundation. So we are looking at multiple sources of funding for this particular project. The pilot program has been able to be run because a particular photographer has given their time to do this project free of charge, which is a wonderful gesture. And we, the Faith Communities Council of Victoria, have also done our own volunteer in-kind work to make this happen. So we thought that if we get to 20 places of worship, we'd have enough information for people to see the vision of this project, and then we can approach philanthropic and government institutions to help us complete the project, which will take about 2 to 3 years to complete. It's a very long-term project.
And in respect of that vision, you've said in your witness statement at paragraph 22 this, by helping Victorians see the people behind unfamiliar religious traditions and the communities behind unfamiliar buildings, the project seeks to replace assumptions with knowledge, distance with curiosity, and stereotypes with human connection. Are you able to provide any reflections on how you've seen that vision and its objective play out in practice in terms of communities that have already been part of the project?
Yes, there are, like I said, there are a couple of minority faiths that we have included, like the Zoroastrian faith and Confucius and Taoist faiths. They usually are not very well known about. So I think it is important to include these minority faiths, not just talk about the majority faiths. And for them, like I said, it is, they feel a sense of belonging, that they're part of the greater good. And I think for students who are looking to get information about living traditions in Victoria, they get to learn about these particular groups. What we're looking to do in the future, by the way, is not only just to have them online, but to be able to run tours to places of worship. So we actually get people to visit these places and get to meet people in real life. So that's the next stage. Once we complete this photographic exhibition, we're looking to actually have a gallery exhibition where we bring all these people together to see one another in person. And we're looking also to have future tours to places to worship where people can actually not only see them online, but come and see them in person. Because in order to change stereotypes, you really do need to meet the other.
Can I ask you next about the Victorian Interfaith Festival that I understand the Faith Communities Council of Victoria has had a role in organising?
Yes, so the Interfaith Festival has a long history. In 2009 here in Victoria, we had the World Parliament of Religions, which took place in the Melbourne Exhibition Centre. It was a very successful event. Over 6,000 people across Victoria came together. Huge diversity of faiths, all got to meet each other for, during a whole week process of programs and events. After that particular event, I think the Victorian State Government paid about $5 million to actually hold that event. So it was a quite expensive event to run. It's like the Olympic Games of religions, if you like, and it takes place every 4 years. So it was quite a high honour for Melbourne to host this event. But the fear was that after this very successful event, the faith communities will basically go back to their silos. So how do we actually continue that interaction that took place in 2009? So the Victorian Interfaith Festival is actually like the successor to the Parliament of World Religions. So what we do now is every year we go into a particular local government area, and Victoria has 79 local government areas, so we move around from one local government area to another. And we hold this event in partnership with local councils and shires and the local interfaith network. And we encourage all the faith communities in that particular local government area to come together. And the way we actually do that is we create a fun, interactive experience. So these people are probably meeting each other for the first time, so we realise it's a very sensitive issue. But what we do is we organise fun events. So we have African drumming workshops, we have choir singing workshops, we have art workshops, we have cultural walks, First Nation cultural walks. We get them to interact in a fun and interactive way. The Sikhs may have a try on a turban, a stand where people can come on and try on a turban, and while they're trying on a turban, they'll learn a lot about what is a turban and the meaning of the turban, and get to form a relationship with people from the Sikh community. They put on their turban, they have a photo opportunity with that community. It leaves a lasting impression, a very fun and lasting impression of that interaction with a particular community. The Islamic community may do calligraphy workshops where they write your name in Arabic and you can take it home and frame it. The Hindu community may do henna painting, anything that is fun and interactive, any excuse to get people to mingle with one another and to have a positive experience of one another. That's what the festival is all about. It's very successful now. When we first started, we were struggling to get the numbers. For the last few years, it's a sellout. So we sell out. You add multicultural food to it, you're guaranteed of success. You add entertainment to it, dance and music. We usually ask minority faiths to actually go on stage and do, a dance or a song. And yeah, for them, it's a privilege to be seen. Usually these minority faiths are not seen, but we give them the spotlight. So in all, it's a very successful program that is now in its 17th year.
And apart from the event, when it's held itself, have you seen connections fostered from the process around planning it year on year as between different faith communities?
Yes, so every year we change local government areas and we have a working group to actually run the event, and that's where we invite all the different faith communities. So that actually, before the event takes place, they actually get to meet each other, which is the great part. So we're already establishing relationships before the event, and the whole idea is once the event takes place, those relationships continue on. And we have heard of a number of incidents where people have met at our festival and have formed certain relationships and have gone on to run programs between each other. So we just allow anything to manifest on the day, and the feedback that we get is that people do actually form meaningful and lasting relationships, and they do actually after the event, they do run programs together, which is fantastic feedback.
Can I ask you next about the Faith Community Council of Victoria's role in developing a multi-faith calendar and what that calendar has come to be used for?
Yes, so every year we produce a multi-faith calendar that has all the major holy dates of all the major traditions in Victoria. Now, if you're an educational institution in Victoria, or if you are a government department, if you're going to run an event, you better check that calendar to make sure it doesn't clash with any holy days. So a lot of educational institutions look at our calendar to make sure that when they, set exams or when they're running an event, it doesn't clash with a holy day. A lot of employees are now ringing us and thanking us because they get to tell their employer that there is a holiday coming up and they need time off, and they point to our calendar. So it has a practical aspect in terms of the workplace. So it is a very handy tool, and for people that actually want to know what these events are about, there's an explanation of each of the events as well on our website. The calendar has been operating now for 15, 16 years, and it is, highly used particularly by educational institutions and government departments.
And in your statement, you have sought to highlight what you see to be a benefit of having faith voices reflected within the mainstream media. Are you able to explain the steps or encouragement that the Faith Communities Council of Victoria has given to community members to come forward to the press or the media with their stories of faith and spirituality?
Yes, we have a great working relationship with the editors at the Sunday Age. The Sunday Age actually has a printed readership of 400,000 people, and I believe they get about 5 million hits per month, unique hits per month on their website. So to actually publish an article in the Sunday Age, is quite an achievement, and you do get a lot of readership if someone manages to do that. So what we do is we look for professional writers within our faith communities that can write an article of a personal nature through the lens of their own particular faith. So it could be about the birth of their child, it could be about a festival that they're celebrating, it could be about the loss of a loved one. It has to be a personal, touching story, and it has to be through the filter of their own faith. And then once we find those people, and we use our own internal databases and contacts to find these people, we then submit their article to the Sunday Age, and if it's approved, and most likely it is approved, then it gets published. In terms of how this affects social cohesion, in terms of the person that is reading the article, which is in mainstream media, they get an opportunity to learn about other faiths outside of their own. It's actually under the faith column in the Sunday Age, so they get to read about someone else's faith. But probably the important part is that they read the human story, the personal touching story, and they kind of realize that even the person who's writing the article is from another faith. The challenges that they're actually encountering are similar to the challenges that they're encountering. You know, the birth of a child, the loss of a loved one is something every one of us experiences, and that's the power of a personal story. So it literally humanizes the other, and that's what the whole idea behind these articles is, for people to be able to learn about another faith tradition, but to also see the humanity in the person, in the writer that is writing the article. In terms of the person who is actually writing the article, it is an amazing opportunity to get themselves printed in mainstream media. You don't really see too many multicultural names in mainstream media, so it's very important for these people to feel a sense of belonging, the fact that they have written something personal and they have published it in mainstream media and people have read their story. So in terms of belonging and inclusion, it makes them feel like they belong in the wider community. So this is the impact of writing articles in the Sunday Age.
You've reflected earlier in your statement at around paragraph 7 on the challenges that Australia is experiencing related to anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, other forms of religious vilification, racism and increasing social polarisation. And you make the observation that these forms of prejudice can be distinct and that they shouldn't be conflated, but you've also expressed the view that they can emerge from common patterns. Can I ask you to comment on what those common patterns are and how, from your experience, interfaith engagement can help to meet or address those patterns?
Yeah, I guess the prejudices that come up is misinformation, sort of stereotyping, fear of one another, dehumanization. These are the sort of things that are common to a lot of issues in the interfaith community. And I think what I said to you before about the way that we are particularly tackling the issue of social cohesion is we want to create a sense of belonging. We want for people to be able to learn about each other. We want for people to be able to meet each other, and we really try hard to get people to work together. So the only way that we can counteract that misinformation and the stereotypes is to literally, ideally get people to see each other, meet each other in the flesh, and to realise that we're all humans and we're all the same, and to see the similarities that we all have. And I think the best way to do that is through face-to-face, ideally, and a lot of our programs are geared towards that humanising by getting people into the same room.
Thank you. Commissioner, I have no further questions.
Mr. Kouroupidis, we've heard evidence at the Commission that since the Hamas invasion of Israel and the subsequent hostilities in Gaza, there has been something of a chill in interfaith relations between the Jewish and the Muslim communities. Is that something that the Faith Communities Council of Victoria is aware of?
Yes, our vice chair, we have two vice chairs, and one of them is the chair of the Islamic Council of Victoria and the other one is the chair of the Jewish Community Council of Victoria. It has been very, very challenging to get those two communities in the same room. In the past, before October 7, there used to be wonderful programs where Jewish schools used to go and visit Muslim schools, and Muslim schools used to go and visit Jewish schools and Christian schools. There used to be interaction between those communities. Unfortunately, that doesn't exist anymore. A lot of the Jewish schools simply don't feel safe. So since October 7, that interaction has really stopped, and a lot of Jewish people do not attend the interfaith events that we do. So there is a sense of fear amongst the Jewish community. At the moment, because I guess of what has happened recently also with the Bondi attack, and that has had a really huge impact on the Jewish community here in Victoria.
Yes. Well, thank you for your evidence, Mr. Kouroupidis. You are now excused.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Take care. All the best.
Very well.
Right.
Well, now, we're having various scheduling issues, so I'm about to take the luncheon adjournment, and I understand for reasons that are elusive to me but very clear to Mr. Lancaster and Ms. Phillips and Ms. Taylor, we're going to resume at 2:20 on the dot. Thank you. Mr. Lancaster.
Thank you, Commissioner. I call Mr. Abe Schwarz.
Yes.
Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please say that.
Please state your full name.
Abe Schwarz.
Your address is known to the Royal Commission. You've prepared a witness statement recently finalised by you, dated today's date, 19th of August.
Correct, thank you.
Is that statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Commissioner, I tender the statement due to its late finalisation. It doesn't have a doc ID at this point, but it will shortly.
I'm sure it will. Yes, very well. The statement's admitted.
Mr. Schwarz, you were born, grew up and now live in Melbourne.
Correct.
You are a Jewish man from a family that migrated to Australia exactly 100 years ago.
Exactly a century ago, almost this week, yeah.
And where did they hail from?
Southeast Ukraine. They called themselves Russian Jews, but they were from Ukraine, which is interesting in the current climate there. A little shtetl, which is like a township near a city called Donetsk.
Could you tell the Commissioner about your practice of Judaism over your early years in Australia?
Sure. Thank you for having me here, and thank you, Commissioner. I grew up in a traditional home, and we adhered to regular celebration of key festivals, if I can use the Hebrew names. I think by now probably many of them will be familiar here. Hanukkah, New Year, Rosh Hashanah, Pesach, which is Passover, and Yom Kippur, which is attached to Rosh Hashanah. But the other 6 or 7 well-known feasts, like in Shavuot and Sukkot, in English that would be Tabernacles and the Feast of Weeks, I didn't even know about. So they're half of the whole. I went to Sunday school. I went to a government state school, and in grade 6 I changed to Mount Scopus College, which I didn't stay at right till year 12, but I was there for a number of years.
And then when you began your professional career, it began with youth work, in particular in juvenile justice, is that right?
Correct, yes.
And when did that occur?
Late 1970s into 1981, beginning of 81, that finished. I worked at a Winlaton Youth Training Centre with a lot of young women who are undertaken by the police to be in custody for what was called being exposed to moral danger, the charge at the time, and some who were charged on sentences, but mostly related to home-related issues. Yeah.
And you combine that work, as I understand it, with part-time work as a youth director at 3 Orthodox synagogues in Melbourne.
Yes, thank you, Council. Do you want me to name the synagogues, or I can? I mean, it was 40 years ago. Yes. I was the youth director of St Kilda Hebrew Congregation, Kew Hebrew Congregation, and Melbourne Hebrew Congregation, known colloquially as Tirakshur in Melbourne.
And since that time, you have worked for many years as a facilitator and educator in schools, in the school system.
Correct, yeah. So some perhaps 10 to 15 years after the period we're talking about now, I'd travelled and lived overseas for a while, studied in a yeshiva, which is a Jewish seminary in Jerusalem, and worked as a tour guide there and some other, and learned about some of the narratives, obviously. Came back to Australia, and some few years later I created a business called Catalyst Enterprises, which was a consultancy that allowed me to do all manner of things, including developing, evaluating and delivering educational programs, particularly about intercultural dialogue and social cohesion.
Yes, and I'll certainly come to some of the detail of your consultancy work in the interfaith context in a moment. Your role as a youth worker, according to your statement, brought you into contact obviously enough with youth in detention centres in Victoria. What did you observe from that work in terms of the representation of Indigenous youth in the system?
Yes, very interesting point, Mr. Lancaster. An incredibly high proportion of Aboriginal young women were in Langton compared to the ratio of the proportion in the Australian population. They were mostly Koori, which is the term we use in Melbourne for First Nations people, but not only, they were from other parts of Australia. And I might mention that during a student placement, when I was still studying youth work before I actually got the job at Langton, I did my final placement at a Lambie Reception Centre, which is a significant children's home. It operated for many, many years, not far from my school in Burwood, where I went to Mount Scopus on Alga Road. And I already noticed as an undergraduate at a Lambie the incredibly high proportion of, that was boys and girls, by the way, the Lambie, not just girls, but there was such a high proportion of Aboriginal kids. But I'd not had exposure to Indigenous Australia before that, and I didn't for a few years beyond that until what we might talk about.
You have indicated that background was one of the things that spurred you to further your own education on First Nations history and issues, correct. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Particularly around 1996, 1997, I started closely educating myself. As part of that, I got a job with the YMCA, which was a special project that they'd been funded to do to reach out to families of young Aboriginal people around Australia who had dropped out of school at 13 or 14 or 15 or something like that, and the project was to come up with innovative ways to encourage them to return to their schooling, and particularly vocational training with the aim of employment outcomes. And I was the project manager. It was called Deadly Skills. Well, that was the name I coined. The government called it Future Skills. They didn't like the slang of the Aboriginal name. And I worked in 6 projects around Australia, managing that for a number of years, right up to the end of 2000, which included the Sorry March here in Sydney, across the Harbour Bridge, where I brought young people and other communities from all over Australia to march on the bridge that day in Sydney. So yeah, I'd learned a fair bit in those 4 years.
And you're referring to the May 2000 Sydney Harbour Bridge Walk for
correct.
Reconciliation. You emphasise in your statement your participation in attempts to build connections between Indigenous and Jewish Australians. And was that part of the work that you refer to in that context?
So could you just re-ask that, please? I'm sorry.
Yeah. You've referred in your statement to your endeavour to build connections between Indigenous and Jewish Australians. And could you just elaborate on that in this period of your career?
That is true, Mr. Lancaster, but that wasn't true for 1996 to 2000, the period that I've just talked about.
Yes.
It's true for a few years later. The only exception, it's a cute exception, and it actually relates to something that I heard the Commissioner asking Professor Langton this morning, so I'll make the segue. The only exception to that was one of my 6 projects was in the Central Coast of New South Wales. It was around Kempsey and Port Macquarie, Kempsey, that strip. And in the course of a project delivery that I was up in Kempsey for a week or something at the time, the then Senator Aidan Ridgway appeared in Kempsey developing community consultations around a draft document for reconciliation, which the group I was working with had an internal consultation whether they wanted to be part of what Aidan Ridgway was doing. I got to know Aidan a tiny bit through that. I doubt he'd remember me, but he came up to me on the last day, earlier than I heard he was going to depart, and said, well, look, can I just have a quick word to you about a Jewish ritual? And I said, sure. He said, I've got to go to a funeral suddenly in Melbourne to represent the government. And I said, who died? And it was a Jewish funeral. And it was the late Ron Caston that you were asking about this morning in your question to Professor Langton. So I'm actually related to the Caston family. They're on my family tree. Not a close go, it's my mother's second cousin or something like that. But there was one or two earlier connections with Jewish Aboriginal stuff in this period, and advising Aidan Ridgway about the rituals of a Jewish funeral was one of them.
If I could bring you forward from that period and from Mr. Caston's untimely death to about 2017, when you have referred in your statement to the Uluru Statement from the Heart being issued, and that, is this right, caused you to facilitate listening circles, as you describe it, involving First Nations Australians and other Australians, including the Jewish community.
Yes.
Could you elaborate on those listening circles and how that developed?
Sure. So just a 10-second segue to contextualise. So from that period of 1999-2000 all the way till 2017, I continued doing predominantly intercultural work with all manner of organisations, some of it in the name of Catalyst and many of it voluntary hours for a variety of organisations. One of the projects that we started developing was a type of listening circle, which we called a yarning circle, spelt without the final G, yarnin, yarning circle. And it was about truth-telling. It was about helping many white fella Australians, immigrants or born here, who had never met a First Nations person in their life, maybe other than they've seen somebody at the shops on the other side of the road, or they went to a tourist place and saw someone teach how to throw a bill. But there was never been not as much contact as you and I have had today, Mr. Lancaster. They had not had that. And I realised that without this familiarity or connection, the opportunities for reconciliation in this country, this is before the Uluru Statement, were highly unlikely. There was RecVic and Rec Australia and all the groups trying to do good work, but so many people didn't engage with that. So I got involved in a variety of initiatives, and now, in the answer to 2017, when the Uluru Statement was signed off on May the 27th, beginning of reconciliation, we've got the day before, at Yulara, people like well-known names, Noel Pearson and others started travelling with the statement around Australia. I actually met them at the Woodford Folk Festival in Queensland a few months later, and after some conversation said, I want to help you with what you're doing. And that led to me setting up, with a lot of other well-minded people, circles for people to meet each other and basically do the truth-telling, or more importantly, the truth-listening, which was, of course, one of the three components, voice, treaty and truth. Even though the government initially ran with voice for the referendum, I'd actually always believed truth, and truth-telling was what was most. And throughout this time, I developed many close First Nations friendships, including with a particular family that we might talk about, I'm not sure. And in fact, one of my very close friends from that community, Teresa, sitting in the room today, she came to this room to support me giving this testimony.
Thank you. I will ask you about a couple of particular stories that you recount as impacting on your own development and work. You've indicated in your statement your involvement in preserving the legacy of William Cooper, a Yorta elder who lived from 1869 to 1941, who was also mentioned in dispatches earlier today in evidence before the Commission.
Yes.
He's known as an early founder of what became NAIDOC.
Correct.
Could you describe your involvement with his legacy?
I could. I actually have one or two items. I saw somebody yesterday pulling out a prop of some sort. I think it was Rabbi Zelman Castell. May I do that to help answer the question?
Well, I think so.
Yeah.
It might depend.
Just as long as it's not a snake.
It's not a snake. Okay, so I'll just brief it. So, early 2000s, I met a gentleman called Uncle Boydie, who is the grandson of Uncle William Cooper. By the way, if I can just correct the record on the dates of William Cooper's lifespan that you quoted a moment ago.
Yeah.
It may have been just a typo from a 0 to a 9, but it was 1860 to 1941.
1860,
not,
yes.
Not 1869, I think.
Thank you.
I think you might say. William Cooper is predominantly known in Australia, for those that know him, in relation to the legacy of fighting for First Nations rights, and an early version, if you will, of the Voice to Parliament. He wrote a petition to King George V, which got 1,814 people to sign, which Joe Lyons' government of Australia in the mid-1930s blocked from being sent to King George V, or first the fourth and then the fifth. I made it my business to get to know some of William Cooper's descendants, and I had the pleasure to become close friends after a long relationship with the now 98-year-old Uncle Boydie, who was a 10-year-old boy in 1938 when he was involved in the direct activism of which I've just alluded to, the petition to the King, but only as a child, and the 1938 protest, which Professor Langton referred to in the aftermath of Kristallnacht.
Yeah.
So I created a committee which was called Uncle Boydie's Dream to fulfill Uncle Boydie's wishes of getting two pieces of unfinished business of his grandfather achieved, at least. One was the petition to get to the monarch, and the second was an apology from Germany for not listening to his grandfather when he protested on the day that Marcia Langton was telling you about this morning.
Yes.
And that project changed its name twice. It then became called William Cooper's Legacy, and I guess I drove that for about the last 10 years. We retired that about 3 years ago because we achieved the two goals. We got the petition delivered to the current monarch, Queen Elizabeth, just before she passed. That involved getting an audience with Prince William when he was here in Sydney, and the Governor-General Cosgrove was involved at the time. I won't say Sir Peter because he only became Sir Peter after we met him on the very day that he went to Balmoral to get knighted, which was, I think, the last Australian knighthood that I think Prime Minister Abbott organised before he stood down. He handed over the replica petition that Uncle Boydie and I had given to Mr. Cosgrove to Queen Elizabeth on the day that he became Sir Peter.
And that was the replica of the 1934 petition for Aboriginal representation in Australian Parliament.
Yeah. And then the second piece of activism was the letter that Marcia Langton talked about this morning that tried to get delivered to the German consulate in Melbourne after walking in a hot Melbourne sun on a December day, December the 6th, 1938, 4 weeks after Kristallnacht, to deliver. A group of elderly, well-dressed Aboriginal people walked many kilometres to deliver it to a pre-set appointment that they had at the German consulate in Collins Street, 11:30 a.m. on Tuesday, December the 6th, 1938. The security wouldn't allow them in, and the letter was handed to security to please give to the Consul General, who would give it to the ambassador, if you will, not quite the same way that embassies were now, who they hoped would deliver it to their boss, Adolf Hitler, in Germany, protesting against the persecution of Jews in Germany. And most people recall, there's no stated evidence of this, most historians agree that there's no record that it ever got past the security desk. It probably got torn up and thrown out that same moment. And Uncle Boydie spent the next 80 years wanting to, as he grew up, wanting to remedy that. And I'm very pleased to say that in 2017, he and I went to Berlin and we had an audience with a representative of Angela Merkel, who was still Chancellor at the time. And then another 3 years later, during COVID, just before she stepped down, a video message was sent to us in Australia thanking Uncle Bordy for coming 80 years later to Germany, and 3 more years to say we are really sorry to the descendants of William Cooper and all the other Aboriginal people that marched that day. Had we listened to the message, the world history might have been different. We apologise that our previous ambassador didn't do the right thing and receive you. And at that point we achieved the 2 things we wanted, and we closed the chapter of William Cooper's legacy.
Thank you. Mr. Schwarz, then can I ask you about the formation by you in the 2000s of what became known as the Jewish Christian Muslim Association?
Yes.
Could you describe that, please?
Yes, I can. So amongst the initiatives that were going on in the community that I was involved in, and I mean the Australian community, not just the Jewish one, was the need for greater intercultural dialogue. It's the same sensitivity that I alluded to earlier when I referred to most white Australians have never really had a conversation with a First Nations person. The same was true, let's say, a Jew and a Muslim. Or not in all cases, not across the board, and not to the extent as it was true in the First Nations. But we decided to get Christian, Muslims, Jews, and in other operations equivalent, Sikh and Buddhist and Hindu, we did it with other faiths, to be involved in all manner of intercultural and interfaith dialogue. One of those initiatives became called the JCMA, the Jewish Christian Muslim Association of Australia, which started about early to mid 2000s, and by about 2006, 2007 had set itself up to deliver programs in schools across Victoria where a Jew, a Christian and a Muslim on a panel would go out to a school. Sometimes it was a year 10 assembly, often it was year 8, year 9 classes. That was an age that seemed to work very well. I prefer doing small groups like classrooms and big auditoriums. And as well as that work, I was actually one of the, not just doing I was one of the panelists. I was the Jew very often on the panel with the imam or the Christian. They weren't all religious leaders, some were lay leaders, and some were just people committed to their faith, happy to talk about the need.
And I think you refer to a pool, if I can describe it that way, of approximately 40 people, Jewish, Muslim and Christian, that you could call on to form these groups of 3 to go to schools.
Yeah. Recruitment was done in different ways by different people. We probably would have been 30 or 40 people, correct, yes.
And what impact did you observe those events had on the participants at the school, or the audience at the schools?
90% of the time there was no expectation of any achievement or success when we walked through the door, depending on what the teacher had said to the group of kids before we got there. Sometimes nothing had been said, it was just, oh, we're having a presenter now, sit down, and sometimes they had no idea. But often they did, and we would often use a game to sort of say to them, okay, which one of us do you think is the Christian? Which do you think is the... Which I heard Robert Castell talking about a similar technique, the Together for Humanity work, and I might say there's a huge overlap between the school's work of Together for Humanity and JCMA, but just they weren't based in Victoria. We were covering that space. Within half an hour to an hour, typically it wasn't more than a double period, so even 90 minutes, so many stereotypes came down. Generally, when they saw the Jewish and the Muslim, particularly, sometimes the Christian, panellist getting along well with each other, joking along, or having a respectful conversation, and when it was an imam or a man, and it was respectful to the women, I would actually stand up, normally, and end it by giving the gentleman an embrace, and he would embrace, and they would see such warmth between us. I think a lot of their stereotypes went away. They just assumed all Jews and Muslims want to kill each other and hate each other, and we tried to work around that.
And you've indicated in your statement that you were guided in a lot of that work by a Hebrew principle that you have identified in your statement.
Thank you, yes. There's a Hebrew phrase, B'Tselem Elokim, which is one way, Elokim is one way of saying God without pronouncing it in its most divine usage. And B'Tselem literally means in the image. So together it means in the image of God. And the phrase's meaning, colloquially, is that we are all of humanity are made B'Tselem Elohim, in the image of God. From the Old Testament, you'd say from Adam onwards, from that moment onwards, we are all made, we all have that humanity because we all have that same divine spark. And theologians will often discuss, what does it mean to be in God's image? You know, is my face the same as God? You know, there's a lot of discussion around this, but the point that I guess I'm bringing to you, Mr. Lancaster, is, and that actually guided my work with First Nations people too, that we are all human, and the only way forward out of the depths of challenges we've got in Australia and other countries right now, I believe, is if we can learn to find a way to see the humanity of the other. And particularly when you don't have a reason to connect with the other, that's unlikely. So therefore, I started developing groundwork so people could meet each other, to then see in the face of this stranger, B'Tselem Elohim, the image of God, and in English, to see the humanity of the other. And I profoundly believe that until all of us can do that, just go up to a stranger, go up to someone in the house next door that's just moved in, that speaks a different language, that has a different recipe on the stove with a different smell coming out the kitchen window, or a new kid comes to the school and you're the parent, do you encourage that new kid to be invited home? Whatever cultural, until we start learning about the other, there's a risk of fear of the other. And the antidote is the familiarity of the other. So I want to build up the antidote, and that's what all these projects do. In fact, there are many, many programs in the Middle East, in and around the world, and in Melbourne and Sydney, many parts of Australia. There are organisations that bring Jews and Muslims together, and Palestinians and Israelis. I'm on a committee in Melbourne of an organisation called Friends of Standing Together that does a whole lot of amazing work supporting the Standing Together operation in the Middle East, which is Palestinians and Israelis working to support peace building in that part of the world. And any which way we can get to know the other, and any which way that we can build up a familiarity which might come to a friendship or even a love, is a potential good outcome, so long as there can be respectful dialogue even when there is disagreement. The reverse, Mr. Lancaster, is what you saw in Bondi.
Can I ask you about more recent years, Mr. Schwarz, and what you've been doing? You indicated in your statement that the formal structure of the JCMA, the Jewish Christian Muslim Association, did not survive the events of late 2023, and you refer to that as a particularly painful time for that reason, and also for the other reason of your involvement with the unsuccessful Voice to Parliament campaign.
Yeah, that's correct.
After October 2023, what have you focused on in pursuing this objective of engagement and understanding and avoiding fear of the other, as you've expressed it?
Thank you. It was October 23 was an incredibly heavy time for so many of us. I actually had three reasons for the strength of the sadness. My mother was incredibly unwell. She actually passed away 1 year before the 14th of December last year here, on the 14th of December the previous year. So my first anniversary of my mother's passing will always be the date that so many of us are talking about. And I don't want to lose my mother's memory in all that broader discussion. The second one was on the 7th of October, you referred to, of course, the beginnings of the newest war, which came from the uprisings in Gaza on October the 7th. And then the second one was 7 days later, the voice referendum failed. So put all three together, I wasn't in a good way. And 6-7 weeks later, I sort of came out of my fog. It was actually my birthday, I remember, in mid-December. I came out of my fog, and somebody said to me, "What do you want for your birthday?" And I said, "Oh, I'll blow out my candles and pray for world peace, just nothing too big, just world peace." You know what? We could do something about that. So for my birthday party, if you will, on mid-December 2023, I worked with an organisation called Initiatives of Change, which is in all over the world, but I went to their Melbourne facility called AMA in Toorak, and we brought 9 Jews and 9 Muslims, and we sat together in a circle, and we started the first of what's now become a whole lot of different ways of rolling out dialogues. I used the model that I've been doing up until then between First Nations people and non-First Nations people to meet and build familiarity. And a lot of that had happened in this AMA building as well, under the branding of an organisation called, of a project called Turruk, Turruk, which is the Aboriginal way of pronouncing in the Woiwurrung language, Toorak, which is the suburb in which it was happening. And they were the yarning circles that we discussed before. And basically I took the successes and the learnings from that and literally pivoted it, the same skill set, from black and white Australia getting to know each other to Israelis and Palestinians getting to know each other, or Jews and Muslims. And that's what I've been doing, including here in Sydney at times and other parts of Australia, but mostly in Melbourne, in various formats, and basically from then until today.
And how regularly have these dialogue sessions been occurring?
The main one has been, in Melbourne, has been operating once a month for first Sunday of the month, typically, for the last year and a half for sure, with different people coming together. And other formats have had concerts. We've had quite a few performances where like a Palestinian and a rabbi will perform together or something like that, both musically talented people. I often find those levelers, and I'm going to be talking about sport later in this hearing, but to me art and sport are often the two great levelers. So we use the arts, and music brought people together. But one form or another of those dialogues has been going on at least monthly. I think I could accurately say twice monthly in one form or other, from December 2023 until yesterday or the day before.
And your statement refers to some of the attendees at these sessions literally coming directly from pro-Palestine rallies in Melbourne to meet with Jewish counterparts in these dialogue sessions.
Yes, quite remarkable. So the once a month one that I just referred to, Mr. Lancaster, was typically started at 2:30, and most of the weekly pro-Palestinian rallies were getting to an end by about that time. They were often started in the late morning and had a major focus in the lunchtime. Some of the people attending our monthly gatherings had not only been attending those with their keffiyeh on or their watermelon or whatever the symbology might have been, but they were actually up on the podium speaking at those rallies, but they were mindful or right-minded to be able to come on to a dialogue. So to me that gave me a lot of hope. I didn't ever want, I might put this out, I don't know, I can't recall if this is in my statement, maybe. I never wanted this work to be just preaching to the converted. I didn't just want the lefties of the Melbourne Jewish community and the more conciliatory of the Melbourne Muslim community. Yes, that's important work, and some people do that work in that space, but that's limiting to me. I didn't work with the absolute extremities of each group. It was just too painful if I was going to get offended and insulted or worse. But I worked with the vast majority of people and invited the middle of the road local Melbourne person, Jewish or Muslim or Palestinian or Israeli, between us to come together. And many, many people were surprised, if you will, to see that some of the Palestinian rally attendees would still attend. But to me, to not have the tent as wide open as possible and to limit who can sit together was defeating the purpose. It's hard work that has to be done. It's difficult, challenging work, and to cop out and just do it with people that are already getting along well and respectful, that's not the work.
And you emphasise that what I think you describe it as a grassroots level engagement with people from multiple communities and across the cultural and faith divide, in your view, is the way forward.
Yes, it was very grassroots, and I'll say two things about that, Mr. Lancaster. The fact that it was grassroots is one of the reasons why it works. One of the reasons that JCMA, for example, which we just talked about, does not exist anymore is because, and I added some of this in my original submission, maybe not so much in detail in the witness statement, the governance of the organisations, the two peak bodies that represent the Jewish and the Islamic community in Victoria, and in this case, because of the C, also the Council of Churches that represented the Christian group, they make up the governance structure, and they, at least the first two, were not able to even talk to each other straight after. They were both very, very upset at the comments as they interpreted them from the other, and it led to but that didn't mean those of us that were involved in the grassroots actually doing the work didn't have the relationships we did. But I don't know at the moment if the time is ripe for something like a governance structure to roll out again. I don't believe it would work at the moment still in Melbourne. But for me, that's not a reason to stop the work. People cancel organisations because they're too Zionist, or they're not supportive of this, or there's a whole range of reasons that I could go to. And when you're a grassroots individual, you just bring yourself. You bring your whole self, and if you bring your true self and you do your truth telling and your truth listening, there is a very strong potential for the dialogue too. With hiccups and tears and challenges, to still work. The governance structures would have allowed us to get funding. We would have been incorporated. We could have put in grant applications. As a grassroots operation, we're not eligible. And philanthropic trusts won't support it because there's no DGR, deductive. There's a whole manner, but we've had to learn to suck it up and just do the work without the vote. So we all do it voluntarily, because we can't do it under a structure, because once there's so that's one of the two reasons. The second thing that I wanted to say, and I think it's also crucial, and you may be about to ask it, so if so, I apologise for cutting in. The work itself to reach the level of truth sharing is really hard, and a lot of trauma is explored. A lot of leaning into pain and grief is present. And the best work in this space, and I would add this to my recommendations to be supported if the Commissioner is so inclined to recommend something like this to the government, that trauma-informed counsellors of great skill and expertise, and I have one of them supporting me in the room today, is very much the type of skill set that is needed to lean in to this very, very difficult conversation, because you're not bringing your whole self if you're not sharing your grief and your pain, but to manage that takes a particular type of skilled, professional, qualified facilitation.
Mr. Schwarz, thank you for your evidence today. I don't have any further questions.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Schwarz, you managed to tempt us with that getting a prop out.
Oh my gosh!
And then we didn't see it. I feel treated.
I will hereby show you the prop. Yeah, and the people who are involved in the prop will be so grateful that you said that, Commissioner. So that was back to when we were talking about Uncle William Cooper, was that part of it. So amongst the work that was involved, there are so many props, but this is the example of Mr. Cooper's image that was put on by the joint work, and on the back of this particular hoodie is the famous protest that he was recorded in the Argus newspaper of trying to deliver his protest to the German consulate, and just two others of us around it. We've taken Uncle Bordy, who is this gentleman, who is 98 and may he be well, and remembers the 10-year-old himself walking with his grandfather, and this is a book of him, a tribute of photos of what he did in Jerusalem and an equivalent book in Berlin, doing the work that he needed to do to tell his grandfather's story. And I might finish with 2 other examples, so you've got the props out. So like, that's the front cover of the Melbourne Jewish News from around the time, which has a photo of Uncle Boydie and the representative of Angela Merkel finally, and just sort of said, delivered at last. There was a lot of amazing work there. And there are many, many other examples in the props. Perhaps what I'll do, if I'm allowed to, is I will actually amend my I'll amend my attachments, and I'll present the Commission as an additional avenger with one of the several people have written the biography in this story. This is my friend Barbara Miller from Cairns, as one of the biographies telling the story of William Cooper and how we got to do it this way. So I will present that as an annexure, if I may, to the Commission. Well, I don't know if such props are allowed.
You may, and when it gets an identification number, it'll become an exhibit.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Schwarz. Just one final thing. In terms of the work that you've done with Aboriginal Australians, and you were asked about the extent to which, in your experience, members of the Jewish community had been actively involved in work of that sort, is it fair to say, to the extent you were recruiting any Jewish compatriots, you were pushing on an open door to do work of that kind with Aboriginal Australians?
Are you alluding, Commissioner, to perhaps the references again this morning of the existing levels of relationship between Jewish and Aboriginal people?
Yes, I am.
I'd say that's partly true, but not wholly. There are plenty of the Australian Jewish community that do engage in what we call in Hebrew tikkun olam, which is the Hebrew word for social justice, okay? And a lot of that work is very important, and it's based in teachings from the Torah, from the Bible. When people heard about the challenges the First Nations communities were having, there's a great affinity, and in fact maybe I'll just finish by quoting Ron Caston, so you said his name yourself this morning. One of his most famous statements when he was asked about why did he present, and I'm not paraphrasing identically, why did he do all the work that he did around supporting the Yorta Yorta case, which is where William Cooper's from, which unfortunately failed in the High Court on appeal, and the Mabo case. He referred to his wife's parents. And if any of the Castons are watching this, I hope they'll be okay with me sharing this, because I don't have permission, but it's quite public. He said, if I know what happened to my wife's family in Europe. If I was to sit here in Australia and see other people going through similar levels of challenge, that he referred to them in his words, and did nothing and was a bystander, I couldn't live with myself. The words never again mean for all of us. And in fact, many, many Jewish and non-Jewish Australians have picked up in different ways on that sentiment, even if they've not heard of Mr. Caston, and the concept of you have to be an upstander, not a bystander. I think you had Mike Zervos from Courage to Care here earlier in the hearings, and that's the phrase of their organisation. We have to all be upstanders. So it would be my wish that from that, Commissioner, we can all learn that there are people that we may know in our community right now. They may be of the other faith, are the two key ones that we're talking about. If you're Palestinian, they may be, and it could refer to that. But it could also occur across the breadth of multicultural Australia. That if we all make it our business to get to know a little bit, in some way, baby steps, the person that we don't yet know, the family and the culture, not to be afraid of them, but to become familiar, we can build love instead of hate and bondi.
Let's hope so, Mr. Schwarz. Thank you very much for your
In Judaism, we would say, from your mouth to God's ears. Thank you.
Thank you. You are excused.
Thank you.
Don't forget to leave the book.
Oh.
Ms. Taylor.
Commissioner, I call the next witness, the Very Reverend Dr. David Ranson.
Yes. Yes.
Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Yes, thank you. Do take a seat. Thank you. Yes, Ms. Taylor.
Could you please state your full name for the Commission?
My name is Father David Gerard Ranson.
Your address is known to the Commission. You are the Diocesan Administrator of the Catholic Diocese of Broken Bay and Parish Priest of Chatswood. You have prepared a witness statement dated 13 August 2026, is that correct?
That's true.
Is that witness statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
Commissioner, I tender that witness statement, doc ID stat.899.000.0640_R. You have also made a submission to the Commission, is that correct?
That's true.
I tender that submission, doc ID sub.001.000.8286_R.
Yes, well, both the statement and the submission will be admitted as exhibits.
Thank you, Commissioner. Turning first to your professional background, you were ordained to the priesthood in 1992, is that correct?
That's correct.
In 2008, you graduated from the Australian Catholic University with a Doctor of Philosophy with a focus on theology, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you are currently the Diocesan Administrator of the Broken Bay Diocese for the second time.
That's true. We are awaiting a new bishop, and so I have the service of responsibility for the diocese leading up to that time.
Thank you. Could you give an overview for the Commissioner of the size of the Diocese of Broken Bay?
The Diocese of Broken Bay is a diocese of the Catholic Church in Australia. It's comprised of some 26 parishes and extends from Manly in the south to Lake Munmora in the north, over the three regions of the North Shore of Sydney, the Northern Beaches and the Central Coast. We have 45 schools in the diocese and a very large social service agency, Catholic Care Broken Bay.
And I understand the largest parish is the Chatswood parish, of which you are the parish priest, is that correct?
That's true.
I'd like to focus on the interfaith work you do in your role as the parish priest of Chatswood. In your statement, you explain how in that role you have made an effort to work closely with different religious leaders, politicians and other community members. One example in your statement is of the engagement you have had with the Buddhist community. Would you be able to explain that to the Commissioner?
Yes, when I started and when I was appointed at the parish of Chatswood at the beginning of 2021, I was very acutely aware that it was such a multicultural community and that there was indeed therefore great opportunity to create bonds of friendship with the various religious traditions that constituted the community there. As many will know, the community is primarily Chinese. And therefore there is a strong Buddhist community there, and a temple of Nantian, which is an offshoot of the large temple south of Wollongong. And so we made contact with the community there. They actually was on their initiative. They invited me to participate in a Buddhist festival at Chatswood, and that was the beginning of quite a lovely and ongoing friendship. And since then, they've invited me each year to be present at the Buddha's birthday festival in Darling Harbour, which is a great honour.
Thank you. Turning then to interfaith relations with the local Jewish community, following October 7, 2023, I understand you formed a strong relationship with a rabbi of a local synagogue in your area. I'm just noting that I'm using general terms there. Is that right?
Yes, that is right. The 7th of October actually had quite a personal significance for us as a Catholic parish, because there were a number of our community who had just completed a pilgrimage to Israel. And they were still, some of those members were still there present on the 7th of October. And therefore they were caught up in the events of the time, and we were quite concerned at the time for their safety. So it was very real and very personal event, but that became a catalyst for indeed reaching out to the local Jewish community. And so I think in the few days after, we made contact with the Jewish leaders of the community and went to express our solidarity with them.
I understand that solidarity included holding vigils and nights of reflection at your church. Is that correct?
Yes, soon after the 7th of October, we held a vigil of prayer for peace, and we invited all the different religious traditions, the Muslims, the Jews, the Buddhists. Unfortunately, the Jewish community couldn't be present at that particular event because of they had pre-existing commitments, although they certainly sent their good wishes for the event. And then after the 14th of December, we certainly held another vigil of memorial, and certainly our Jewish friends were present at that.
Yes, and I understand that not only local Jewish people from the community, but from other parts of Sydney travelled to be there at that service on, I believe, the 16th of December 2025. Is that correct?
Yes, we were quite amazed at how many people came to that service of prayer. We did not have a great deal of time to promote it, but we sought to advertise it in the best way that we could. And I was personally amazed at just who was able to be present. So many members of the community, local Jewish community in Chatswood were present, but also people who had heard of it from wider afar. And for them, I think it was deeply meaningful.
In your statement, you have also described working with the rabbi of the local area to facilitate several podcast evenings together. Would you be able to outline what those podcast evenings involve for the Commissioner?
Yes, after the events of the 7th of October and having encountered one another in the pain of that moment, we began to think through how we could develop links between our two communities. And so out of that conversation, it was suggested that we come together using a particular American series called This I Believe. This I Believe is a series of podcasts, short podcasts, in which people from all backgrounds share their experience of some human event in their lives. And they're short podcasts. And so what we thought through was to bring a number of representatives from the Catholic parish and a number of representatives from the Jewish community to sit together and to listen to 3 or 4 of these podcasts, which were 10 or so minutes in length, and then to share our reflections on what we had heard. And so, as I say, the podcasts were not doctrinal by any means. They were simply about people sharing their reactions to very human experiences. And so it was thought that this would be a very wonderful way by which we could grow in friendship and understanding of one another by simply reflecting on what makes us human.
And have you found that the friendships anticipated have been formed in that way?
Yes, indeed. So out of those series, I personally have come to know a number of the community there, but I think that's also meant that there's an ease of presence now between our two communities. So I've been present at the synagogue on a number of occasions over that time for their own events, and likewise. And it has also been very good to know that friendships introductions that were forged on those occasions have resulted in ongoing friendships between the different members.
Another way you have described coming together is upcoming plans to hold a choral afternoon recognising the beauty of music to unite both communities. Could you please talk about that?
Yes, well, it actually came up as a suggestion from someone at the synagogue after the events of December the 14th. And we were talking about everything, and someone came up to me, I can't recall who she was, but she said, the best way to unite, to discover a unity between ourselves is through music. And so that got us thinking, and so we're now working towards the possibility of a joint choral event as an extension of the work that we've been able to establish between ourselves hitherto. But we think that music may be a way by which we can continue to develop the partnership between our two communities.
And how has your parish responded to those opportunities to bring the communities together?
Well, I must say very enthusiastically, very warmly, very hospitably. Ours is a large community. It's a very multicultural community, primarily Filipino and Indonesian, Korean, Chinese. We have had no difficulty in finding people to participate in these joint events, and particularly with the choral event, there's a great sense of excitement about the possibility of doing this. It's something new for our community, but I have not encountered any obstacle to what we are doing, only in fact interest. So we've made, though the events that we've shared between the two communities involves a fairly limited number of people, we have certainly made known to the larger community the work and the partnership that we are developing, and we've certainly had no objection to it.
Thank you for explaining those different ways in which you're able to find ways to connect as humans. I have no further questions, Commissioner.
Thank you, Father.
Thank you very much.
You are excused.
Lovely, thank you.
Thank you.
Is he ready to go on the 8th? I call the next witness by AVL Commissioner, the
Yes.
Right Reverend Bishop Phillip Huggins.
Yes. Good afternoon, Bishop. Bishop, I think you may not have your microphone might be muted.
It says it's not muted.
We still seem to have a problem. That
better?
That's much better. Yes, I'll just ask the Commission's officer to administer the oath.
Thank you.
Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Bishop Huggins, can you see and hear me clearly?
No, I can only see the Commissioner at this stage.
Well, that's very much as things should be, Bishop.
Certainly the case. Let's see if this works. This better? Now I can. Now there's more options.
Excellent.
Bishop, could you state your full name, please?
Phillip James Huggins.
Your address is known to the Commission. You are a Bishop of the Anglican Church of Australia.
Correct.
And you're currently Episcopal Advisor for Peace Building in the Anglican Diocese of Melbourne. Is that right?
Correct.
You've prepared a witness statement dated 19 June 2026.
Correct.
Is the witness statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
Commissioner, I tender the statement. It has the ID STAT.899.0033.0024_R. I tender that and its annexures.
Yes, the statement together with the annexures will be received as an exhibit.
Bishop, you've also made two submissions to the Commission on behalf of Australia's peace-building movement.
Correct.
And those submissions will also be tendered, Commissioner.
Yes, very well.
You were ordained in 1977?
It's a little while ago, but that's the case.
Yes. In terms of your own clerical background, you held appointments across regional Victoria and in metropolitan Melbourne, and you've been a bishop of the Anglican Church since 1995, is that right?
Correct.
And that has included appointments, your past has included appointments as Assistant Bishop in Perth, and you are the 9th Bishop of Grafton in New South Wales.
Correct.
You were thereafter a regional bishop in a Melbourne diocese until your retirement in 2018?
Correct.
And over the years you've been very much involved in a number of Anglican institutions. You were chair of Anglicare Australia, you're on the board of a number of Anglican schools, and indeed you're president of the National Council of Churches for a period.
Correct.
You are also a former president of the Jewish Christian Muslim Association of Australia, about which the Commission has just heard some evidence this afternoon.
Yes, that's true.
You have also been involved in meditation for decades that you incorporate into the practices that I'll ask you about in a moment.
That's correct.
Now, you have over the years involved yourself in a series of peacemaking and interfaith initiatives, is that right?
Correct.
You were a member of, are you a current member of the Multi-Faith Advisory Group to the Victorian State Government?
Yes, and have been for a number of years.
And you've indicated in your statement a very strong and ongoing interest in welfare generally, but multicultural issues and activities to improve interfaith engagement generally. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, in your statement, you've described a new role which began in January this year in response to the Bondi Hanukkah attack. Can you explain what that is to the Commissioner, please?
Yes, I can. We received a new Archbishop, Anglican Archbishop of Melbourne, just prior to what happened at Bondi, and he was just really unpacking and finding his feet. And I took him with me to a gathering that was in Federation Square in Hanukkah for the Jewish community, and introduced him to a number of interfaith leaders that I've known over the years to help him get connected in the midst of that trauma and sadness, and also to a number of parliamentarians who were present there in support of the Jewish community in that occasion. And coming out of that, with him trying to find his way, coming from England into a new country and a big diocese, he suggested that perhaps I might, in order to ensure that our church can make its best contribution to this pivotal time of the Royal Commission, that I might take on this role as you've just described it. And that's what I've been doing.
That's the peacemaking initiative that has involved, as your statement records, a series of roundtables being undertaken during 2026 so far.
Yes, and the context to that is that good friends, really, and as Father David was saying before, good relationships nurtured in friendship, are the key thing in these matters. Over the recent years, and particularly since 2023, we've had a number of meditation peace-building gatherings just to try and nurture, look after people, give them some calm, give them some hope, and then see what peacemaking initiative might come out of that. So, been doing this in Australia and overseas, and so once we had the intentions of the Royal Commission before us, a number of us who've been doing this work for a number of years, and particularly a friend from Calm in the City, we said, well, let's get together those we know who would want to be making a contribution at this time, a peacemaking contribution. So in January we had the first of those roundtables, intentionally making it interfaith, multicultural, intergenerational, but not trying to over-organise it, and just see what might evolve from it. And out of that, the initiatives that you've seen described in our submissions have developed, and more people have been added into it, and the network has grown, and you've been hearing from some of the folk of those roundtables in these recent days.
And the undertaking of the forums has continued under the banner of One and Free, which is the title also to your written submissions to the Commission. That takes its name from the national anthem, but could you describe your thinking behind that title?
In our meditations leading into our conversations, that beautiful phrase in our national anthem, "For we are one and free," really struck home to us, both as a beautiful promise, a beautiful intention, and also as conveying the journey that we needed to go on to go deeper into our own anthem. And so it became kind of a way of encompassing what we've been seeking to do, to see if through our particular endeavours we can help those who we can connect with to more deeply feel the beauty of that idea that we should be a nation so unified in a genuine freedom, and one that therefore respects the freedom of one another, that we can renew the hope and the optimism of our beautiful country now called Australia. And really, because a number of our participants and those in our connections have come to Australia from other places, and often from places where they had to seek refuge, where they had to flee for the sake of their own future and that of their loved ones, to think that Australia might be genuinely one and free would be something that could give hope to the whole human family on this tiny planet in this vast universe, which we understand to be of divine creation. That, this was a moment, and really we saw when the Royal Commission was announced and defined in its purposes, we said to ourselves, out of that suffering, this really is a moment for our nation to kind of reset, to refocus what really matters to us, what are we going to live for and live by, and how can we encourage people amidst the despair and the sadnesses, how can we encourage people to feel hopeful, optimistic about a better future, and give them a way by which they can contribute to it. So it became kind of, the more we talked about it, the more we listened to it, the more we thought about it, it just seemed to enunciate simply, yes, this is our direction.
And you've held, I understand, 5 or 6 round tables so far this year. How have you gone about gathering the participants to the round tables, and who has participated?
Well, it's because it's a movement in response to a moment, the moment of the coming out of Bondi, the Royal Commission. It's just grown kind of in a granular way through connections and people that we've met, people that other people suggest to us. And, it hasn't grown in an organised way because it's really time framed to do the best we can in this period to when the Royal Commission reports in December, and then already planning how we might gather, certainly then when your report is released, and think very intentionally about how we carry forward the resolutions and recommendations in it that are within our scope to do something about. So we make sure, and this is our intention very much, that your report doesn't land and then there's a vacuum. And we want to make sure that instead of there being a vacuum, we're encouraging and suggesting things that help people feel, yes, we can take this forward, we can make something of this, we can strengthen the movement that's already in place, we can encourage it to be much more of a community-based model of bringing about an Australia that's truly one and free. So in the process, the people have just gathered in and away we've gone. And I think just perhaps to make a bridge, if I can continue, if that's okay.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
One of our initiatives has been the 100 Days of Peace, and this emerged in one of our first roundtables. It really reflects the model that has been utilised at other times in the midst of crises, which is really to have an online time where people can gather for silent meditation, and then simply the picture of the earth spinning in space for silent meditation. In this case, we decided to, from when the UN General Secretary announces the theme for this year's UN International Day of Peace, September 21, from then June 13 to September 21, we would have somebody offer each evening a few reflections of what gives them peace, what helps them to find peace, perhaps a prayer, a meditation, a wisdom that they would want to share, just for 2 or 3 minutes before we have that silent meditation. And that really has expanded our reach, because people from all over the world literally are gathering into this, and people certainly from all over Australia. And it's been very rich and very quite wonderful, and out of it quite miraculous things have happened. Connections of one person to another, for example, in recent days has led to His Holiness the Dalai Lama sending us a message conveying his sentiments about what gives peace, what brings us to peace, in his phrase, in warm-hearted fashion. Likewise, making a connection, I went to the Federal Parliament some months ago through Friends of Friends, the Meditation Network. We connected with one of the federal members, and through her, Nicolette Bohm, to the Speaker of the Federal House of Representatives, and we're going to have a gathering, which will be our next roundtable in the Federal Parliament on Thursday, September the 17th. And that then allows us to make connection with the UN Association and others. So, a movement of goodwill, a movement of people who are wanting an opportunity, like Father David was saying before me, to make their own way of contributing, finding a way into helping us be the kind of nation we want to become.
And the 100 Days of Peace meditation initiative, which is underway as we speak, and you attend it every evening, I take it?
I missed one when I was at the football, but that's my confession.
Well, it's only Australian, I think, is it? But you invite community members to represent multiple faiths, and indeed no faith at all, perhaps, to reflect for a few minutes, and then, as you've described, a process of meditation and discussion following that. Is that the way it has worked every day?
Yes, and so the website conveys the wonderful range of people that have been contributing. So last night there was a beautiful woman whose background was as a refugee from Africa to Australia, who was inspired by the example of Nelson Mandela and his character to be an agent, a means of reconciliation, substance and depth and purpose for the new day dawning in South Africa. He was her inspiration. She spoke a little out of that and out of how that's given her now in Australia a framework around which she seeks to contribute to the well-being of this, her new nation. And it's been it's been quite wonderful to listen to and learn from all sorts of different people, from all sorts of backgrounds.
You have also described in the statement and the submissions an initiative called Voices of Unity, which is you describe it as a walk and talk podcast series led by Dr. Mujib Abid. Can you describe what that involves?
Well, that's another wonderful story coming out of some connections with the Initiative for Peace Building at the University of Melbourne, and meeting up with Mujib and inviting him to come to our round tables. And as he listened to the intentions that were shaping that was what he thought he might be able to contribute. And his background is as someone who's come in recent years from Afghanistan, loves, had such in his heart such love for his country, such anguish for his country, is already doing work with the Afghan diaspora community here to help that somewhat fractured community find its place and be treated well in this new land and make their own contribution to this land. So I met him late last year, and coming out of that, he came to the round tables by others' invitations as well. And he's doing these podcasts. And the point of that really, given that a lot of media is somewhat discouraging, divisive, to try and have something we can share and offer and send it to the major networks and of media, of stories of ordinary Australians he is walking and talking with about how they're trying to contribute to a better Australia and a better response, a really beautiful response to the circumstances we find ourselves in. So that's a little bit of his story and his inspiration, and he's right into doing it, which is uplifting and really wonderful to see. He's making a great contribution.
There is another initiative which you've called Sacred Spaces for Peace Building. Could you describe what that aspect of the movement's work is, please?
A primary learning, as you said before, I've been meditating a very long time, and one of our learnings has been, if you gather people together and encourage them to say this, we're going to sit in silence for 10, 15 minutes. Oftentimes we have music to help people make the transition, wordless music, just to help people to settle. And then people offer whatever is their spiritual practice of prayer and meditation in the silence together. We don't interrogate what their method is. There's no critiquing of them. We just know that the people are gathering are bringing their purest intention, their best possible intention, into offering meditation, silent meditation, towards a more peaceful Australia. And there's various ways you can interpret why it is the way it is, but it certainly gives a wonderful feeling of our unity together in our common humanity, whatever the diversity of our backgrounds culturally and religiously, and whatever the diversity of our spiritual practice. When we complete those times of meditation, the feeling of our common unity, our oneness together is really, really wonderful. And additionally, it then creates the kind of atmosphere in which people can really listen well to one another when there are big issues that need to be conversed about, but it's also the space out of which there's inspiration. And many of the things that have taken place were really more of a gift that came through us than something that we orchestrated ourselves or had a pre-planned for. And so it's really the adventure of heaven and earth connecting, in my kind of language, spirit and our humanity intersecting, and the feeling that, however I say the divine, others might say the forces of the universe, it doesn't really matter, but because the main experience is of us being befriended and enabled to do things that are beautiful together, beautiful, true and kind things together. And that really, those experiences, which are quite existential and persistent, mean that, we really want to recommend the same model into other contexts. You look at some of the places in the world which are ravaged by conflict, and the endeavour to go from a culture of warfare to a culture of dialogue and diplomacy, but people just don't stay at it long enough. The whole art of this is to stay in the room, stay together, listen well. Always when you listen, you learn more about yourself as much as you learn more about other people. You learn more about the filters you might have about other people. We might together be able to describe the filters we've got. These are the processes that are necessary, patiently, carefully, in order that there can be genuine peace building and the establishment of relationships of warmth, friendship, substance, and new beginnings. So we think it's not, it's not to say it of itself solves everything, but it is an ingredient in building a nation that's one and free that we really recommend be further developed.
Your own position as Episcopal advisor for peace building is an evident indication of one practical way in which faith communities can strengthen resilience and belonging by sort of devoted attention. How do you see faith communities and their responsibility to pursue endeavours like this?
Well, my contact with faith leaders in other religious traditions, oftentimes they're people that are working very hard. They're like all of you people, they're juggling all sorts of things every day to try and make their best contribution. But their readiness to continue to make space to be with each other, in support of one another amidst the crises, like after Bondi or after the terrible massacres in New Zealand that affected the Muslim community, whatever it is, people's readiness to make sure they make the space to be supportive of one another is a strength to Australia's culture and Australia's multicultural, multi-faith resilience that we're really grateful for, and is really going to be necessary as we gather in the resolutions of your Royal Commission and seek to implement them, each of us in our own context and in our own community.
One of your specific recommendations in the submissions is to recommend to the Commission that Australia ought to invest in bridge building as well as protection. Is there anything you'd like to elaborate on with that observation?
Oh, well, there was one of the dear Jewish people that spoke with you some weeks ago now used that phrase about how, whilst it was understood the needs for protection and greater security, that their real hope was that we could be returned to building bridges together. I can't remember quite when it was, but we had a round table after a Shabbat meal in a Melbourne synagogue, and there was a dear man, a Jewish, who was hosting us, said, he wasn't a rabbi, he's the member of that synagogue, and he said, look, he just shared he'd been to the state school in his community. He was facing with a son about to go from primary school to secondary school. Was he going to be able to send him to the local state secondary school, or would he not be safe there? And on the other hand, if he had to send him to a Jewish school, what was that going to do to him, to have to go to a school where there were armed guards and the like, as part of the security put in place to protect Jewish students? And the anguish, in so little time, this father who'd never ever thought he would have to be facing such choices was now facing them. And I think that, that kind of story, many like them, just say, look, the more we can build bridges, help people feel safe with one another again, repair, bring the healing that's needed, and take account, and I think this is something you'd all be most aware of, take account both of the tiredness that people feel and also the trauma of these recent years. another dear friend who I've known, through many years, a wonderful contributor in Australian society. I met him at a funeral of a colleague of his from the medical profession in early January, and he said in his family originally Holocaust, from Holocaust survivors and all that history, and he said, "I am so glad my parents are not here to see this now." And the sadness in his face just said so much about why this work is so important, so important.
And these roundtables of the Peace Building Initiative, you will continue those for the remainder of the year and beyond? Is that the plan?
Yeah, well, that's the plan. We haven't got much of a plan, but we're not going to not keep doing this. It's so important. There's another, in one of the submissions there, I was recounting a story. Rabbi Ralph Genende told me he was going to see one of the few remaining Holocaust survivors and asking advice of this person. What should I do? What should we do? And he looked at Ralph and focused his full attention on Ralph and said, "Do what you can while you can." And this work I'm doing really personally, I just resolved several years ago only to do things that I thought would benefit my grandchildren, all in early primary school, and their generation. And I think in that context, the roundtables will roll on, new leadership will emerge. The world's made a certain way; it can be remade. That's our belief, our understanding. The arts, politics, spirituality. There's a place for everybody to make a contribution, and will persist. The roundtables will roll on.
Bishop, thank you for your evidence. I don't have any further questions.
Yes, indeed. Thank you for your evidence and for your work, Bishop. You are now excused.
Thank you.
I'm just going to have a short adjournment because I understand the next witness won't be available before 4 p.m.
Thank you. Commissioner, the final witness today, who I call, is the Most Reverend Peter Andrew Comensoli, the Archbishop of Melbourne.
Yes.
It's been a slight technical delay, Commissioner. I think he should be joining us very shortly.
Ah, yes.
Can you hear me now?
Good afternoon, Your Grace. We're just having a couple of technical problems. One of them has been immediately resolved. Do I take it you can hear and see me?
I can hear and see you very well, Your Honour. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Excellent. I'll just ask the Commission's officer to administer the oath.
Okay.
Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do, and so help me God.
Yes. Thank you. Mr. Lancaster.
Thank you, Commissioner. Archbishop, you can hear me and see me all right?
I can hear you at this stage. I cannot see you. Yes, I can now.
Good, thank you. Could you please state your full name?
Peter Andrew Comensoli.
Your address is known to the Commission, and you are, of course, the Catholic Church's Archbishop of Melbourne.
Correct.
You've prepared a written witness statement dated 18 August 2026.
Yes.
Are the contents of that statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Correct.
Commissioner, I tender the witness statement and its 3 annexures. The witness statement has the ID STAT.899.0033.0016_R.
Yes, the statement together with the annexures will be admitted as an exhibit.
And you are also you're a co-signatory to a submission made to the Royal Commission by the Australian Catholic Bishops Conference dated 26 May 2026.
That is correct. There were 2 signatures to that.
Yes, thank you. And Commissioner, I tender that submission SUB.0001.002.6427.
Yes, the submission will be received separately as an exhibit.
Archbishop, you were ordained in 1992?
Yes, that is correct. As a priest in 1992.
Yes. You hold a number of bachelor degrees in aspects of theology, a Master of Letters in Moral Philosophy, and a PhD in Theological Ethics. Is that right?
That is correct.
You were formerly the Auxiliary Bishop of Sydney and later the 3rd Bishop of the Diocese of Broken Bay. Is that right?
Yes, and then 8 years ago I became the Archbishop of Melbourne.
Yes, in 2018. Thank you. Can I ask you first about the Australian Catholic Bishops Conference? For those who may not be aware of its role and functions, could you please describe it?
So there are, I think, 28 territorial dioceses in Australia, plus 5 eparchies, Eastern Catholic dioceses, and each has a bishop. We have authority and jurisdiction within our own diocese. The Conference of Bishops, which is the gathering of all of the Catholic bishops in Australia, roughly 45 of us, I think, at the moment, or somewhere in the vicinity of 40 or so. When we meet in conference, we have the opportunity to consider things on a national level. We meet in conference twice a year, and work of the conference is progressed via various commissions, one of which is the commission under which I signed the statement.
Thank you. The Catholic Bishops' Conference also, from time to time, publishes statements to reflect its considerations and its teachings. Is that right?
Indeed, most regularly is the now biannual social justice statement, twice a year. We have been doing a social justice statement yearly since I think the 1970s, so a long time.
And indeed, in recent weeks, an edition of the social justice statement was issued with the title Living the Gospel in Times of Social Division. Is that right?
Correct. That was published 2 weeks ago, roughly, but that was signed off by the bishops at their May plenary meeting in May this year.
Could you briefly address that social justice statement? I note that it draws on a papal call for what's referred to as a culture of encounter. And could you describe how that provides the background to the social justice statement?
That expression, a culture of encounter, I think was first adopted by then Pope Francis during his pontificate. It comes out of a teaching within the Catholic Church around fraternity and the need for ongoing relations between peoples and individuals. The culture of encounter is, in a sense, a manner in which that dialogue and relationship building is to happen. So bridge building might be a good way of describing the building up of a culture of encounter with other people and other peoples.
And is it right to understand the social justice statement not just as a call for tolerance, but a call for positive engagement between different faith communities?
Yes, I think that is fair. I would go so far as to, this would be more of me expressing that tolerance is not really the way in which we should be going. Tolerance in the end leaves those parties engaged in it, in a sense, remaining within their own camps. You tolerate the other rather than encountering with the other. And so a movement from tolerance to dialogue would be the manner in which I would describe the task at hand.
Thank you. In the Catholic Bishops' Conference submissions to the Royal Commission, they acknowledge and express sorrow about the history of some aspects of Christian-Jewish relations in history, often marked, according to the submission, by misunderstanding, hostility and harm. And the submissions note that the Bishops' Conference is committed to identifying and correcting negative views of the Jewish community wherever they persist in Catholic life or preaching. Would you care to expand on that observation in the submission?
In considerably looking back into the past, we're talking centuries and even millennia ago, there have been pockets and periods of when the Catholic Church and its relations with the Jews were poor. This was expressed by way of particular opinions held and actions that flowed out of those particular opinions. They were never teachings officially of the Catholic Church, but given expression through leadership and actions of Catholics and Catholic communities from the past. May I give one example of that? The false doctrine or the false teaching around deicide, meaning the killing of God, and that at times in the distant past, I need to stress in the distant past, that was spoken of by individuals and groups of Catholics towards Jewish individuals and people more generally. Again, this is, I'm talking in Renaissance period and onwards for perhaps a few hundred years, but has not been a part of ever the formal teaching of the Church. The key point here that I perhaps would want to make is the very decisive shift that took place in 1965 with the Catholic Church promulgating a teaching which comes out of its principal teaching body, which was the Second Vatican Council, Nostra Aetate, which is a document that speaks to our relationship with other faiths, and in particular our relationship with the Jewish faith and the Jewish people, and the importance of avoiding all forms of discrimination, of intimidation, of false presentation of the relationship of the Jews to Christians.
And in the particular context of Australia, in 2023, the Catholic Bishops' Conference expressed similar sentiment through the publication titled Walking Together, Catholics with Jews in the Australian Context. Is that right?
Yes, but that's only the most recent of such statements. Yeah. Since the 1970s, when the Australian bishops formed a commission of relations with the Jews amongst the bishops' commissions, we have been both making statements and acting on those. So in the Australian context, this goes back to I think 1970, might be 1971, somewhere around about there. But the most recent one is the 2023 one.
Thank you. The submissions also recognise that education is, in the view of the Catholic bishops, fundamental to any lasting response to anti-Semitism and religious hatred generally in Australia. I understand the conference has been a participant in the Anti-Semitism Education Task Force led by Mr. Gonski. Is that right?
That is correct.
And the Church is committed to continuing that involvement, is it?
And has done so in a number of fora, not only in that, but this has taken place at a national level with a regular, meaning once every 2 years or once every year. I just can't quite remember how long, that there is a gathering of the Australian bishops with representatives of the Jewish leadership, of rabbis and others. So that has been a very regular occurrence. There has been any number of educational dimensions that have been taken nationally and at the level of what you might want to think of in terms of statewide. We would call it a province, but roughly statewide, and at a local level. So we've done quite a bit here in Melbourne.
I was going to mention that one of the annexures to your statement is the Archdiocese of Melbourne published some guidelines for interfaith education that is to be applied in at least Catholic schools in the Archdiocese of Melbourne. That's dating back to 2018. Is that right?
Correct. Not only Catholic schools, but Catholic parishes as well. So here in Melbourne, we have some slightly under 200 parishes, and we have roughly 300 Catholic schools within the territory of the Archdiocese. That document is for all. It's not just for school settings, but it's for broader settings as well. And not only is that a document provides guidelines of what to do, there's been considerable amount of work of bringing that to fruition as well. So the applying of the guidelines, it's not just a policy that sits somewhere.
Yeah. The education guidelines do include a section on teaching understanding of the Jewish community among other interfaith communities, and seek to achieve that through that what's called an outward-facing approach to the curriculum. Can you speak to those guidelines?
The guidelines are designed to, firstly, awareness raising, so that there might be appropriately formation for our students and staff. May I just put a little bit of an emphasis there on staff as well, because one of the key questions here is about leadership, and we can perhaps talk about that in due course. But of formation of that sense of a culture of encounter, of being able to encounter and be with people of other faiths. It's a reality in our schools that while they are Catholic schools, there's more than just Catholics who attend our schools, and there are some of our schools where there is a very significant proportion of non-Catholics in our schools. So these opportunities of building a culture of encounter through dialogue, through learning, through truth-telling, I think that needs to be noted. So there's something of a needing to counter ignorance and forgetfulness, and that could, through truth-telling and remembering, is a key feature in these elements that could go towards the formation of our students and staff.
And there's an organisation in the Catholic schools for the Melbourne Archdiocese that's involved in supporting and implementing these guidelines. Is that right?
Yeah, Melbourne Archdiocese Catholic School, MAX. It's the operator of our schools.
I see, and they've all under instructions, as it were, to implement the guidelines. Is that right?
Yes, I can't speak directly how often that is expressed, or I'm not that close to what is happening, but I have checked with our senior leadership in MAX, Melbourne Archdiocese Catholic Schools, and they've been able to inform me of workshops that have been happening recently, of other ones planned over the next few months and early into 2027.
And one instance of that is referred to in your statement. I think there was a MAX symposium in July of this year, bringing together teachers, principals, school leaders and parish priests. Is that right?
Yes, and there was nearly 1,000 at that. That was over 2 days, I think, 2 or 3 days. At that, so just so to complete that aspect, a particular group that are involved in, just off the top of my head, can't remember the actual name of the organisation, were engaged and are engaged with our schools to work in this area, and they gave a workshop at this symposium, and were also present in other ways.
I think Together for Humanity was involved. Is that the organisation you were thinking of?
Yes, I'm just, Together for Humanity.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, I just couldn't remember the name off the top of my head.
No, not at all. And most recently, Max have been involved in an interfaith education seminar in August this year at Caulfield Racecourse. Is that right?
Yes, that was organised from the Jewish community itself, and it involved various representatives in our schooling context, but in our parish context as well, that were part of that.
Thank you. So, could you provide some examples of the way individual schools' interfaith engagement might work? You referred to some examples of the opportunities provided to students in your statement at paragraph 36. Perhaps needn't name the schools if you don't wish to, but just describe it in a practical sense what occurs at these seminars.
Yeah, so there's one of those schools has a bridge building program which gives their students an opportunity to have conversations, to experiences with students of other faith traditions. Just to recall in that point that our commitment in dialogue and in culture of encounter is not just solely to Jewish communities and individuals, but to all people of goodwill. So there's an example of where the bridge building is built into a program that particular school has. Another one has a multi-faith day to enable good expressions of and encounters with other students of different faiths, and an enabling of that to be also awareness raising and formation. So there's a couple of examples. Another one is an ongoing dialogue with a Muslim community in the area. This is a school that is located in an area with a fairly high Muslim population as well, and so has been able to build on school community relations that way.
Thank you. Now, at a personal level, you've been involved in Melbourne in the work of the Council of Christians and Jews Victoria?
Correct. I'm the honorary president, or maybe a co-president.
I understand that organisation began in about 1985 and has been and it continues today. Could you describe the functions and activities of?
Yes, it has various things. Mostly, it is focused in on building relations between Christians, Catholic Jews, but there are some specific things that happen. There's an annual engagement with a lecture given by someone. I have, on most occasions, been able to attend that myself. But these are ordinary Christians and mainly Catholics with ordinary Jewish people coming together. There's a level of friendship associated with this. There is an annual journal put out, Gesher, 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 I got to get the pronunciation right. And various, articles are written for that, and that's reasonably widely distributed. So there are some of the activities of Christians and Jews together.
Thank you. In your statement, you also describe some of your more recent work as Archbishop, expressing solidarity with the Jewish community following the Bondi Hanukkah attack. Could you just give a brief indication of how the Church responded in the days and weeks following that attack?
With your permission, can I go back to 2023?
Indeed, yes.
Thank you. So in 2023, immediately, I think the day after or so after the abomination in October 7, 2003, I released a statement that was made available to all of our parishes, all of our schools and all Catholic organisations. Was within the first couple of days, as you are aware, there was already an explosion of anti-Semitism that had happened. This is long before any action that the Israeli state took in Gaza. And I was very seriously disturbed by what had occurred, or what was occurring here in Australia. I'm not making comments on what was happening in Israel, in Gaza, but what was happening here. And I was seriously disturbed by this explosion of anti-Semitism that took place, and I felt it absolutely necessary that I challenge that publicly, and to extend my solidarity to the Jewish community here in Melbourne and beyond. So while I made something similar after Bondi, and reiterated in a sense what I had said sometime before.
Yes, and you released another personal statement after the Bondi attack.
Yes, that's correct.
Is that right?
Yes, I did.
And indeed, what was the distribution of that?
Similar. So parishes, schools, other Catholic organisations. It would have been released to the media. I have no, off the top of my head, maybe received a little bit of attention, but not much.
Yes. And you've also referred in your statement, in particular paragraphs 39 and 40, to the more recent engagement between the Archdiocese of Melbourne with the Jewish community. Could you briefly outline what that has involved?
That's quite extensive, actually. Unlike the Catholic Church, I'm smiling just a little bit because this is kind of one of the lovelinesses of what's been happening amongst all of this. The Jewish community, each shul or synagogue has its leader in a rabbi, and a bit like, more like the Protestant church, where each leader is its own, holds its own community. I, as Archbishop, hold the whole of the Catholic communities in the Archdiocese. So there's been a very considerable amount of engagement with Jewish communities here in Melbourne. The level of the smile is that I can't be everywhere all the time.
Indeed. And you've indicated in the statement that the outreach in recent times from you has extended also to, for example, members of the Shia Muslim faith community in Melbourne.
Yes, that was a specific outreach that took place as a result of something that happened last year, 2025. There's a particular Shia Muslim festival that takes place each year, and it goes from somewhere around about Fitzroy Gardens into the city, passing by our Catholic cathedral, St Patrick's Cathedral, and this is a kind of a formalised parade that takes place. People had read this, I think, at least by some, deliberately in a wrong way, and who went straight to a way of talking about it that I thought was quite inappropriate and was not seeking the truth in the matter. And so when the same parade took place this year, we were able to engage directly with the Shia community as they passed by, and that was a deliberate move on our part.
And had a positive effect in your view?
I hope so. Yes, certainly with the Shia Muslim community in Melbourne more generally, I think they were very appreciative of that. They were not being their particular festival march was not being misinterpreted. I would again say that misinterpretation was, at least on some involved in it, was deliberate.
You've said in your statement you believe there's still significant work to be done to foster social cohesion, and you've expressed in your evidence your hope that discussion moves beyond tolerance and into dialogue and engagement.
Yes.
But are there any final observations you would like to make about the principles that you consider ought to be applied in the pursuit of social cohesion?
The emphasis on recognising the dignity of each person is really profoundly important. It's not just a respect of ideas and ways, it's the respect of each individual person and groups of people. In our faith tradition and in the tradition of the Jewish faith and Islamic faith, we believe in that every human being is made in the image and likeness of God. And that needs to be our starting point. So we start from the dignity that we have as persons and the dignity that then we have as communities of persons. That needs to be the point at which we reach out. Then we talk in terms of building a culture of encounter, of respecting the common good of everyone, or building up the common good of everyone, of bridge building, of reasoning, and those sense of helping people to come to a truthful way of engaging with other people.
Archbishop, thank you for your evidence. I don't have any further questions.
Yes. Mr. Swire.
Thank you. Archbishop, I represent 7 Jewish community organisations, including the Jewish...
Sorry, I can barely hear you.
Is that better?
Yes, that is better,
Sorry.
Thank you.
I'm just saying,
with whom am I speaking?
You're speaking to Leon Zwire.
Oh, hello.
How are you?
Good.
I'm representing 7 Jewish organisations, including the Jewish Community Council of Victoria. And I wanted to just ask you a question about an event that took place after Bondi, at which you were present. Let me just refresh your memory a little. You might recall that the Premier of Victoria convened the Anti-Hate Task Force and brought together on the Wednesday after Bondi representatives of every faith and religion into the Cabinet Room on that day. I'm not sure if you recall the day.
Yes, I do. I don't recall the specific date, but I recall the event.
And you may recall that the Premier sat in the middle and she had representatives of the Jewish community, a rabbi on one side, and representatives of the Muslim community. And she opened that meeting by talking about hate. And you did something which was incredibly inspiring to the Jewish community, and I'm hoping you might be able to repeat those words here. You were the first person to speak. You addressed the rabbi in relation to the issue of hate, and you described how you saw the events immediately after Bondi, and I'm hoping you might be able to repeat those words to the Commission today.
Unfortunately, I don't remember how I fully precisely.
I'm not asking for precise. Okay, I'm not asking for precise words, but I think let me encourage you a little more. I think you were saying you first of all addressed the rabbi in a very elegant and respectful way, and called him Big Brother, and you then talked about the fact we were not dealing with hate, we were dealing with something very specific of anti-Semitism. Do you recall that?
That part I do. It's part of my belief in our Christian tradition that the Jewish people remain God's chosen people. And so from the time of around about Pope John the 23rd, so this is in the 1960s, there started to be a way of describing that as the Jewish people are our elder brothers and sisters. So I would have turned, I think Rabbi Genende was there. I think can't remember which particular rabbi was there that day.
I think it was Rabbin.
Okay, right. As I said, I've become friends with lots of rabbis in recent years. And I said, "You are my brother, my elder brother." And I wanted to say that. And this is not just about of a hatred that had been expressed on that day, but something that was built up particularly over the period since 2023. This was not something that had come out of the blue.
And I think, if I remind you again, Archbishop, the thing that you also said is we're dealing with anti-Semitism right now, not hate. And that was so powerful and so well received by the Jewish community.
Okay, so yes, I just can't remember off the top of my head how I expressed myself. That would have been not something prepared. It would have just come from me at that moment.
May I just say this as an observer, and I was obviously not relevant. I was the Forrest Gump of that meeting. I was around the action but irrelevant to it. It was very powerful and it was very moving and it was plainly unprepared, and you properly described what the Jewish community felt, which is we were not dealing with hate at large, we were dealing with anti-Semitism at that moment.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Zwire. And thank you, Your Grace. You are now excused.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you for the opportunity to be present for the Commission's hearing.
Yes. Very well, and I will now adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.